For anybody who's actually around, welcome to the most boring show on earth. This is the Grim Reaper radio show network, whatever you want to call it, on YouTube, live. And
What do you mean boring?
Well, according to some, I can't name names on the show. It's not right at all. Your avatar doesn't seem to be showing Grandad.
Oh, right.
On
YouTube.
Yeah, I don't know why. You're a bit naked. You know, there's rules about that, by the way.
I'll go back to that one. Is that any better?
No. Not until I refreshed. Yeah, that's it. You come through now.
Oh, I'll leave on the old one.
Much better. Thank you so much. The millions and millions and millions of people who are watching us currently, all three of them ghosting, can see who's actually on the show now, and they can put an avatar to the face.
Yeah.
Hey, it's UK Transparency. How you doing?
Hello, UK. Hope you're okay.
You don't want to be hanging around a boring old fart like me. You might get, what's the word I'm thinking? Become guilty by association of being boring. I can't actually say who's announced this, but just go back on other people's shorts and you'll find out. But all I can say is the season's just what's the word I'm thinking now? See you next week. Anyway,
see you next Tuesday, Grim.
Well, thank you. See, I get corrected by somebody who's not as boring as me. You know, I appreciate that. To do that, I'd have to care. Yeah, I don't care either. Hello.
Hello, Anne
It's Super Spanner. Marie, how are you doing? I believe I sent you a link if you want to come up. If I didn't, let me know and I'll sort it. Anybody else wants to come up? It will be an open panel shortly, but for the time being, I thought, bollocks to it. I should put the link out, Grandad, and stick it there.
I don't know. Have I got the rights to do it? You'll have to do it, won't you?
No, it says, shall I?
Oh, yeah. Go on, then.
No. Unfortunately, you don't.
That's bad. No, we've talked about that before. Go on. You're all right.
You asked me to change it. I love the way when it says, go to channel for StreamYards. Right, I put the link out. You know, somebody wants to come up and say hello, you're more than welcome to. There's no, and I pinned it, there's no pressure. If you want to join the boring old bastards, that's fine. You're already guilty by association for turning up. Oh, do you know what? It's been an eventful week or so.
Has it?
Not a lot's happened.
Not a lot's
happened on YouTube.
Oh, right.
Not a lot.
Yeah.
Not a lot's happened on YouTube. Actually, I've got to admit, since last Sunday night, when I had an open meeting in the very secret meeting room. You know the one I mean, don't you?
No, it's that secret. I don't know.
It's that secret. Oh, sorry. If nobody actually told you. Gee, I don't know. Wait, have you been living under a rock like some of these trolls? I mean, bridge. On the website, there is a meeting room, right? You click on meeting room, and it takes you directly to the secret room. Okay. But nobody knows about it because we don't advertise it. I don't quite understand that one.
No,
We
not
don't
really.
advertise it yet. I tell people to go along. It's open 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. We had 3 new people to the room on Sunday night who were having a look-see, weighing up the room. I'm so pleased that you do know about them because you've been looking after the background a lot.
I know. I don't know about it. I was just kidding you.
Yeah, I was going to say
I
you've
was
been
in
cleaning
there
it
this
up.
morning, actually.
Were you? Have you tidied it up after all the blood splatter went all over the walls when we executed a few trolls?
Yeah.
Ah, thank you. Appreciate that. They were screaming a lot, apparently. Anyway, we had Tuesday in, more commonly known as Professor Tuesday
Oh,
on
right.
YouTube.
That's a new one to me.
Just give me 2 seconds. I've got a load of different voices coming through because I thought I'd stopped a previous video. Right. Sorry about that. Yeah, what was I saying? Yeah, and then there was Frankie. I don't know who Frankie is, but they spelt it the female way, so I presume that they were female. I could be wrong in this day and age, you know. And then who else was there? Oh yeah, there's somebody else who turned up as well. I can't remember who that was. Just people who had never seen before, which I thought was funny.
Yeah.
But hey, it was amusing to see these people turn up. Anyone would think that I was concerned about trolls there, you know.
Well, there's trolls out there in the real world, not just the virtual, isn't they?
Oh, I totally agree. But I think I found the link. I think I found the missing link, actually. Because there was... oh, God, what was it now? Missing link. Yeah, missing link. There was a Master of Ceremonies, MC, who was politely sending people over at the time.
Oh, that was
right. Yeah, I thought it was as well, or her. Is that the real person there, or is that just somebody pretending to be? Give us away. That'll do. Thank you very much. Good morning or afternoon.
Good evening.
I don't even know where I am.
Grandad, mate, good to see you.
Yeah, good to see you, baby.
I hope you're well, mate.
Yeah.
I hope you and the missus are well.
Yeah, yo. Well,
yeah, man.
Last week I had a gun pellet fired from my window, but I've got evidence of that. I'm sorting that
God,
myself.
don't tell me they're coming after you now, Grandad, these trolls. Hey, excuse me. I've just got to say hello to not left, not right, not seen him around for a long, long time.
Hey,
I presume that's the real one.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's it. That's the real one.
Not seen you for a long, long time. And then there's Dusty.
Hey, I'm big up Dusty, man. I haven't seen Dusty in ages myself. Big up, bro.
And then, of course, it's Anne-Marie. We've had UK Transparency turn up, and we've got Bear Britton here. No point in introducing you to Bear Britton. Everybody knows about him. And this is a new person on the show in the middle. This is Grandad.
Yeah, that's
I'm only joking, folks. I just want to welcome everybody who's here to the Grim Reaper Network. It's not the Grim Reaper radio show, it's the Grim Reaper Network. Everyone's
what, are you changing
invited.
It? Are you changing it? You're going to change the name?
I will be doing eventually, yes. I'm not changing the name of the website. That's still staying the same.
Yeah. I would think that would be better, the Grim Reaper network. I like that.
Yeah.
I'm slowly
Not that it
moving
matters what I
over.
think, but... Pardon?
But I was just explaining what happened last Sunday, Sunday night to Grandad, just to bring him up to date. And with regards to, let's get rid of this banner for a second, as to what went on, because it was quite funny.
Yeah.
If you think about it, and that was that an open invitation to this very, very secret room.
Right.
Where it's so secret, we told everyone about it. Well, I did.
Yeah.
And we had a couple of people sent over from a certain vile loudmouth and their channel just to see what we were doing. Apart from the fact that I was restreaming their show for a giggle, there's neither here nor there. But I just want you to go cop for that, put in a complaint about that, send it to Dillygaff at idon'tgiveacrap.com or words to that effect. The website is actually a what's the word I'm thinking of? A meeting point for everybody and anybody. You want to slag people off? Come over there. There's no terms of service. Bygone Media. I've not seen you for ages. You back? Master Magnolia. Oh, Master Mongolia.
Mongolia. Master Mongolia.
Yeah, it's all right. I'm not a loudmouth. I'm just a boring old bastard, apparently. Allegedly. Mr. Rex Sniffer, hello.
Oh, hello, Rex. Hope you're well.
So that was fun last week because we were able to say what we want and etc. without being reported to the feelings police.
Yeah. And I missed it.
Well, it's no, I didn't record it. Hello, Shirley. I was going to record it, but I was going to do some other things. But yeah, so all I can say is if I'm boring, what does that make everybody else?
More boring.
Because you chose to be here. You chose to show your support for the Grim Reaper Network, and I do thank you for it. But do remember, according to some vile-mouthed, low-life gits, I'm boring. So it's official, folks. I definitely am, because obviously I've upset someone. Hello, Aid. How are you doing?
Damn, all these old faces.
Does that mean I've been...
old faces.
Sorry,
old names.
what?
I said all these people, man. I haven't seen in ages. Popping up.
Exactly. That it's like a blast from the past, isn't it?
Oh yeah, it's great. Anybody wants to come up and say hello? The link's pinned. I wasn't going to pin it because you just never know who's going to try and come up.
Oh, and there's Purple, please.
Hey, Purple. You on the wine tonight, bro? Sorry.
Purple.
Sorry,
if you come up, that's fine. But let's just.
Triple.
Last week was interesting. What do you mean, not left, not right? I'm not old. I'm still a puppy for you. Well, even puppies bite.
I'm just going to say, not left, not right. I believe you, mate, but thousands wouldn't. I believe you, though.
Anyway, Purple, I hope you're all right, my friend. And I
Big
hope
Purple.
that everything's sorted itself out for you. You're more than welcome to come up. You know that. It's great seeing some ghosts from the past. Hello, Emily. Not that I'm saying you're a ghost, but it is nice. It's nice to see some old friends returning from another life. Oh God, there's a cock in the middle of the bloody stream.
You know what that was a result of, don't you? Just more good people leaving because of the fucking bullshit that they were
Well,
seeing.
I'm not going to comment. We don't do well. We do bullshit on here, but
Yeah,
it's
I'm not
all in
doing
a light.
bullshit. There's not bullshit, bro. I'm not like trying to dramatize them. I'm just saying, in my opinion, it happens a lot. A lot of good people, eventually, they fizzle. They go elsewhere, man.
Oh yeah,
That's all I was saying. That's all I was getting at, man.
No.
You know?
No. What I was going to say, all I was going to say is that we have one golden rule: you leave your bullshit at the door. The only person who actually, if you want to start anything at all, it's usually me.
Yeah, we get to pick on Grim. Yay!
Well, everybody picks on me. I've been picked on all fucking week. People in their comments making snide comments about me, you know, or on their streams. I really don't care, by the way. You know, vanished. You've arrived. You found us.
Hey, vanished.
How you doing, my friend? It was funny earlier, by the way, guys. A dear friend of mine, who's actually older than me, but that's only because he's retired. Sing you a song. You know what you can do. He saw the promo, which actually had the same title as this show, and he thought this was going to be a repeat. How can a lie be the same as? Oh, well, never mind. So, anybody not got a spanner? I don't know, actually. Who's not got a spanner? We've got to have spanners all over the place. Let me just sort that out. Purple, I'll give you your spanner back. No hard feelings. You see, the reason why people have spanners, by the way, is so that people don't go around trying to time others out just for the sake of it because they don't agree with what they say. It really annoys me, you know? So if I treat everybody fairly, equally, they can't.
You better answer Shirley's question, but be careful. Terms of service, remember.
Oh, okay. I'm going to be totally honest with you. I don't answer questions.
Well, I must say you've had said that before, actually.
I have sort of alluded to the master of ceremonies, and that's all I can say. I would have said master of trolls, but it doesn't quite work with the second letter being a C. Mrs. J, how are you doing? Nice to see you.
Hello, Mrs. J. Hope you're well.
Oh, I like that, Shirley. I will tell you, just have a look on the website. There's a whole list of comments which have been made, and you know, on that particular blog page. I've got no, the funny thing is, I'm accused of stifling free speech, folks. I don't own YouTube or Facebook or anything like that. So how the hell can I stifle free speech?
You can't.
On YouTube, folks, we've got to operate within terms of service.
That is correct, Grim.
Anyway, anybody got anything interesting to talk about? Because I think I've said enough about that. I don't want to be going on about it all night. Really don't.
Well,
Is there anything else?
we're supposed to be doing a ghost on Sunday, and it's the full team out. But somebody's put a spanner in the works, so I need to speak to everybody. So we'll see whether it goes ahead or not. And that is, it's been raining all week. It's muddy, and where the place is, it is muddy. And there's two people that's got a few problems with walking. So
I think you might find that the title has changed because I sort of got told off for removing somebody's name. I'm sorry, I do apologise. Your comments are showing up. I can see them. Bygone Media. I don't see any reason why they're not.
yeah, I can see them.
Angie Blue. Yeah, definitely. So don't understand Dipsy. But they are showing up in the chat. Maybe you've not got it on live chat. In which case that could be the reasoning. Yeah. Oh, right. On your main account. I was going to say Bygone Media Dupsy. As far as I know, you're not blocked. Boring streaming investigations. Hello. And how are you? Isn't it good the way people change their name to protect the innocent?
Yeah.
And also come out of the woodwork. So you got one subscriber, Boring Streaming Investigations. I can see that you are a subscriber to a number of different channels, all 6. And using 22nd of October 2022. Interesting.
So, what do you think to the news this week about these badges? What that they're talking about, which they haven't even got, they haven't even done anything with them. How can they say anything when they haven't even bought them?
What badges?
To put the people what come across in the little boats.
Oh yeah. My understanding is a number of different authorities who are close to a port have been discussing it.
Oh, right. Well, why can't they let me go on the barge? I'll go on the barge. They can come here.
I'm putting them out, start doing Viking funerals, it'd be all right.
Yeah.
I wouldn't wish that.
At least you can catch fresh fish every day.
Or is it fresh sharks and use people as bait? No, yeah, think about that one, Grandad. You got the first one. Oh, forgive me. It's Truth Finder UK. Yeah, and I'd already worked that one out, Mr. J. Thank you. Truth Finder UK is going to be an investigator of the truth, allegedly. We will wait and see.
Yeah.
Is that your PC pinging?
No, it's not mine.
Oh. I don't get that because I shouldn't be hearing anything ping.
No, there's no pinging at this end.
Very strange. Anyway, anything else that you've picked up in the news?
No, just the other side of it about using the X bases to put them on, which I sort of see the sides of the people in the villages close by. I do see the point. But there we go.
Yeah, but they're on the base. They can't get out because there's armed guards around usually.
Yeah, but would there be? This is the thing. What about freedom of movement?
But I thought they were putting the illegal ones that come over that the government's saying have no rights.
Oh, right. I maybe missed that bit of it.
If that's the case, I can understand why they put armed guards all over the place. You know,
I think they're already on a operation now, moving people out the hotels. You know, because obviously there's been talk about them being moved, and that's obviously hit mainstream media. And someone came into my live earlier who's from lives in my hometown, which is where 2 of the hotels are that I've done. And they turned around and said that the Waitley Hall Hotel has been emptied. It's been emptied of them. Apparently there's no one in there now. Right. I tried calling the hotel this evening to see if they were back open for business, but to no prevail. I think I'll have to wait till Monday to
say.
But well, I'm thinking
probably won't be until they clean the place up.
Yeah. Of course, but you know, for me, every single hotel that's ever been gone to and covered, myself or anybody else, knows that they have a return visit to do once this all goes back to normal. Yeah.
Yeah.
Everybody has a return visit to do, as far as I'm concerned, and make sure they're stood outside these hotels, shaming them to all their customers that are potential customers or customers they have on your return visit.
Fair, don't you think? Because I would, if I was in that situation last year or the year before. Don't you think when you go, I would not give my business to them places what have done that. Like there's one near where I am. I would not give my business to it.
That's what I'm saying, mate. This is why I feel that people need to be going and making a little bit of.
Yeah, they excluded the people what keep them places afloat. They'll all be moaning and groaning. You watch, the footfall's gone down because everyone's gone to caravans and everything else.
Well, the thing is, they moved into other hotels that haven't, and they probably found better hotels as well. There's the Metropole in Blackpool. They closed that and housed immigrants in there. I'm just wondering whether or not they're going to actually offer the spaces which have now come available all of a sudden to the homeless in all of these towns.
Yeah, you've got a point there, actually. You've got a good point.
Well, I do know that the Waitley Hall one that I done was owned by a chain called Mercure, I believe, or something like that, Mercure. And they did actually, before all this, they did have a contract in place with the government where they were giving up some of their rooms to accommodate people that were homeless or waiting for some form of social housing.
Right.
Yeah. But then And I'm not saying there's loads of them, but the one thing that hasn't been spoke about for any of this is the fact that there are functioning hotels that basically run their hotels for nothing other than to house people that are on a waiting list for social housing.
Yeah.
So this whole idea of using hotels to accommodate people where they obviously don't have the room, it's not a new thing. I mean, it's got a lot of exposure because of the asylum seeker thing.
Yeah.
But other than that, it's not a new idea. It's been happening for quite a while, you know.
Yeah. I set your point on that. I mean, just looking about for people when somebody wants to move from one area to another, it's near impossible now. Near impossible. You're stuck where you are unless you've got the readies.
Well, yeah, that's true. Hello, Tommy. Hello, Andrew.
I was
Thank you
watching
for dropping
something.
by.
I don't even know where it was. I'll even be honest, it might have even been on mainstream news. I don't know. But they were talking about social housing and the struggle to house people these days, and how the demand for social housing in the last 10 years has gone up dramatically.
Yeah.
And like I say, they're like literally some hotels or the councils are housing like families of 5 in a room. A room which, if you were to go, say, for instance, and go to a private landlord for say a bed sit, for instance, yeah. Depending on the size of that bed sit will depend on whether or not the landlord would allow you to have 1 or 2 people in that bed sit.
Yeah.
Exactly. If it's not a certain size, they
regularly.
cannot accommodate to 2 people. It has to only be 1 unless it's a certain size, right?
Yeah, that's right.
So at the moment, there are places where they're housing English, British people, born and bred people that are waiting for social housing, and they've got, like I say, families of 5 in a poxy little room. Some of them have been in there 8, 9, 12 months, some more than that. So, like I say, it's not a new idea.
No.
It's just being done on a far bigger scale.
Yeah, I'm surprised though that they've been put into hotels, and even more surprised they've been put into so-called family rooms. So, big up Donald Trump. He's innocent. Okay. Not too sure what that's got to do with what we're talking about, but
still, big up. I say that, big up Donald. Well, I don't know if big up's the right word. He's still as fucking bent as the rest, but he's just one of the lesser of the 2 evils, maybe.
Yeah.
But he's still a bell end.
Okay. While we're on the subject of American politics, I thought it was amusing that they got rid of one old fart and put an even older old fart in, and then questioned the result.
Yeah,
because I got asked whether I was sending souls over to vote. Well, apparently, allegedly, there was dead people voting. For those who don't remember,
well,
part of the accusations.
It's like all the change to our voting system, innit? People don't realise if they go to the polling station, they've got to have identification. Photo identification. But watch how many people turn up and go, I've left it at home and chucking it down with rain. They're not going to return.
No.
Is that what it is? You've got to have ID?
Yeah, you've got to have photo identification.
I ain't giving those well, actually, I ain't giving them my vote, but even if I was going to, that would stop me.
Yeah.
Well, the thing is, when you register, there is no process to confirm who you are.
Can I ask the question? Why are we all forced and pressured to be on the electoral roll?
Well, I've been
Yeah, but why?
Since,
It's not law. It's not law to
it
be.
is. It's an act.
No, it's not.
It is.
So
Somebody
it's an act of
elected
So it's an act of legislation.
Yeah.
Yes.
There's only extreme circumstances where they don't show you on the electoral roll.
Well, no. They'll show you. There's 2 points to it. The public and not so public.
Oh, right.
Now, and you can opt to be in either or.
Yeah.
You can opt out of the open register, because at one time you used to be able to go to the electoral register and find out where somebody lived.
That's correct. I've done it.
You can still do it, but if they don't appear, that doesn't mean to say they're not registered.
Yeah.
It just appears that they've chose not to have to be put on the open register.
Well,
Yeah.
Nowadays, these days, the internet's the place to look for stuff now.
Oh yeah. Have you found much on the Grim Reaper?
No, not yet.
Well, apparently the Grim Reaper is just a boring golf art.
Oh, right.
Allegedly. According to some people that is an opinion. That's not fact.
Yeah, and you know what opinions are like, don't you?
Well, they're worthless.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would say.
No, that's not true. Opinions aren't worthless, I wouldn't say. I would say that the opinions of those that maybe somebody, like for instance, if somebody you respected and say you had respected them quite highly, right? I don't know, would you?
You're talking about reputation, not anything else. If somebody is
an opinion, would you not? Do you not care of the opinions of those that you respect? Because I do. I don't about those that their opinion means nothing because it just means nothing. But those that are a bit closer and stuff, yeah, man, I'd say I do care about those opinions.
Yeah. Okay, so. But there again, your opinion, for argument's sake, let's take your opinion of Grandad, right? Or your opinion of me, right? If you didn't know us, right, and hadn't spoken to us for some time, you wouldn't have the same opinion. Half of the people who turn up on a weekly basis turn up because they either like the show, they like the content and what we do, right? Or they've got nothing else to do on a Friday night.
Yeah.
That's
an accurate observation again.
Yeah, it's like the TV license. They can't enforce you to agree to the electoral register. Well, technically they can. If you're in a property which is fixed and it doesn't travel, then you have a legal right to. Now then, that has definitely got to be it. So.
What's good, Grim?
How you doing, my friend?
I'm doing all right, bro. Just how handling business. I seen that you was actually live today.
Yeah, well, I'm always live.
Well, I know,
Allegedly.
but I get notifications, and when I come hit it, it's like hit the link in the description.
Oh, yeah, that's because it goes to the website, to the secret room. That's what that does. That link takes you there. Yeah, I'm live on the
secret room for 35 seconds. There was nobody there.
Well, there won't be all the time. It's open to everybody and anybody. I mean, it's funny. I saw somebody hop in there earlier because he thought I was transmitting to there. Someone called Frankie. Because I can see who's in the room at any one time, because what you see is a different connection that I've got in order to make sure that the room is moderated fairly. In other words, there's no moderation. But yeah, it's such a secret room. We don't advertise it. We never tell anybody about it, because it means that we can have secret meetings, which is so far from the truth. It's unbelievable. Talking of which, I've got to let you know, I won't be in this. I will not be in the secret room from Sunday through to next Thursday. I'm taking a well-earned break away from YouTube and social media. So you can talk about me as much as you like. I want to be a traveler.
I want to be a time traveler.
Excel, that's your department.
I want to become a vacationer instead of a traveler. I do that too often. I want to be able to relax and enjoy the places I go instead of on the mission to the next place.
Well, yeah. I mean, if you have more time to hang around, it's okay.
It sucks constantly being on the go. I'll tell you that much.
Oh, here we go. Another Discord channel. Anyone seen the Minj and Mong Discord piss take group? Loads joined. I have no idea, never heard of them, unless you're referring to the Grim Reaper radio show Discord channel. That's also in most links.
Secret one, I think.
Yeah, that's true.
I got an invite into somebody's Discord channel, and the first thing they asked me was, "Where did you get the link from? I'm trying to secure this place." I can't remember.
Yeah. What are you up to that you got to secure that place?
Well, when they say secure, restrict, stop membership, I don't know. I don't know what they're trying to do, to be honest, and don't care.
Did you get a chance to see what was in there at least?
Not a lot. Just a load of other people that I recognize.
Yeah. The one thing I don't like about Discord is you can join a Discord and there could be whole fucking channels that you can't even see.
Well, Discord doesn't tell you anything about the person who's joined. You just create your own account and call it what the hell you like, and you can change it as and when you feel like as well.
Yeah, but let's say, okay, I got a Discord server, and let's say one of my sections in my Discord server is the file's called the docs of everyone on YouTube. Now,
Yeah.
I could set that Discord server up where I can invite you to it, but if you don't have a certain role, you won't even know that that channel existed, that Discord server.
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah.
Yeah, so from that point of view, yeah, it can be secret, but that's down to the person who created it, you know. So yeah, yeah, I like the question, Shirley, regarding is Discord like Rumble? No, it's not. Discord is like Telegram.
It's a lot like Telegram, honestly.
Yeah, and there was two the one I'm thinking of. Skype. You can set rooms up or areas up if you like. I hate the word rooms. Somebody keeps calling them rooms, and they're not. But yeah, anyone can do it, and you can have an open invite, or you can put restrictions on it before you even get past the invite. If you do get an invite as well.
Yeah.
Just to get on your nerves, I'm going to add a room to my Discord called the Discord Room, and it's going to be a place where people can drop photos of their favorite room in their house.
Yeah. Hang on a second, you're doxing yourself then.
Or at least your bedroom hobbies, or kitchen hobbies, or living room hobbies.
Oh, Mongolia, you got to go change your bag. Are you getting divorced? Dungeons Grim. Yeah, I like that. Yeah. we've got the master dungeon himself here, Grandad.
That's
He looks
me.
after all the dungeons for me. Keeps them nice and clean. Earlier on, I asked him when we opened whether he'd cleaned up the secret room because of all the blood that was caused and the rituals that were going on when people were being sacrificed.
Whoa. You can do rituals over a social media site?
It's not social media. It's on a website, my website, our website, grimreaperradioshow.com.
So over a website, we can do rituals? I thought you had to be in person for rituals.
Oh, no. The rules say you can't. It's a virtual situation. Virtually, that's what people do. That way, you see, I get more souls.
So that means all
Virtually.
the ghouls and goblins only stay on the internet connection.
Yeah. And trolls, you see, they've become savvy these days. They've been now they've got the internet. They've become keyboard warriors, and that's about all they are. And no, I'm not going to set Grandad free. He works too damned hard to be set free, and it costs enough anyway in sausage rolls. Exile, yeah. If you went into the secret room, right, one of the reasons why it's called a secret room is of all the virtual sacrifices that people make in there. You know, some people think they have to give up their souls early.
Now
Sorry?
I'm concerned. I went in there not knowing. I hope I didn't bring something back with myself.
Listen, mate, you want to go in there and you want to drop a P-bomb, for argument's sake, you can do. But the only thing we do ask, though, is can you let us know in advance so we can record it? We've got a sideline with Pornhub.
Yeah. Fortunately, I don't want to bomb or dox, though, so it won't be no interesting stuff.
Oh,
like
you're
that.
boring.
But depending on the rituals, I may want to join a couple of those.
That's all right. Yeah, just bring someone from the Illuminati with you. It'd be fine.
Hell yeah, I've always wanted to join the Illuminati just so I can figure out who's the head of it and knock them off.
Could be Vanguard, Rothschilds, or even Joe Bloggs.
or that new family, the Black Rocks.
Granddad, you're barking.
The new head family is called the Black Rocks.
Oh, is it the Black Rocks that's owned by Vanguard?
Yeah.
It's owned by the Rothschilds.
Yeah. Which is all married into each other's bloodlines. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the one. Yeah, you're right, Master Mongolia. A P-bomb. Last time someone dropped a P-bomb, right? They said they were from what's the name again? Birdseye.
Birdseye.
They were looking for the frozen pea that disappeared.
Yeah, the moment the pea went pop.
But these female trolls, they can feel a pea underneath the mattresses because they think they're fucking princesses. Excuse my French, by the way.
Yeah.
I shouldn't use the word princess like that. And people say I'm boring. Sometimes it's the simplest of jokes that these people don't get, these keyboard warriors, and they don't understand sarcasm, and they're not likely to.
Their humor is at the expense of someone's pain.
Sarcasm.
I talk about the trolls. Theirs is someone's pain. They like to see.
Oh yeah. I was going to say sarcasm is to do with that. It's just as low as you can get, the higher intelligent you are. So for most of these trolls, they just don't get it because they're not intelligent enough to understand sarcasm.
Yeah.
I mean, I came across, I can't even call them a troll. Keyboard warrior. Let's get rid of this idea of trolls. The keyboard warriors with vile mouthpieces. They're very good at attacking constantly for no reason, and that's it, you know. But hey, you're going out clubbing in about 50 minutes.
Nah, I don't never go out clubbing, bro. I'm too responsible for all the clubbing.
Well, I don't mind carrying the club with me.
Yeah, I don't know where I live. Clubs always turn into violence and someone dying at the end of the night, so I stay away from the club scenes.
Yeah, I would as well.
Usually somebody gets stabbed or shot those nights.
Yeah, it's. Do you know what? I wouldn't really, as much as I would like to go across the pond, I don't think I would last more than 5 minutes, because if I was to say something and someone was to take it the wrong way round, the wrong way, and took it as a threat, they could shoot me. I don't like talking to coppers anyway. Or border guards. So what sort of clubbing are you going to? Are you going to 50s club, 60s club, 70s, 80s, or are you going to a shit one when you go out?
If I was to go to a club, it definitely had to be a 70s club. The way I hear it, the only people that were dying in 70s clubs were drug overdoses. I can cope with that, because that seems to happen in every partying era.
Yeah. Every party always has some sort of crackhead or dopehead or smokehead. You know, I reckon there's a few in this party who think it's 420. You know,
Oh yeah, definitely be 420.
but it's always 420. It's always 420 wherever I go.
Yeah,
I've literally had half a bottle of scotch. I'm big and go out wearing shin guards, ready for a good fight.
hey Graham, I'm
Yes, mate.
gonna have to let you go. I seen this guy on a bicycle that was stolen from my son a year ago, so I'm about to get off this. I'm about to go.
No problem. Take a club with you. Take a club with you and get it back.
No, I'm American. I got something else on my hip. I'll catch you later.
See you later, mate.
Yeah.
Take care. Yeah. He might find his way back after the shooting. So there's only me. Grant has disappeared. The link's out there if anybody wants to come on up and say hello. Even if it is for 5 minutes. And Grandad has been set free. Exile's gone out chasing bicycles. So, anybody got any ideas of what we can talk about? I think we covered most things. Maybe that's why I'm boring. I don't like talking on my own. He waits in anticipation for somebody to put a note up. Can Exile or any American confirm that AR means Armorflex manufacturer and not an assault rifle? There's no such thing as an assault rifle actually in America. They are classed as multi-shot or multi-round rifles. The police don't have them because there's nothing they can actually put a tick against their order for more weapons. But if there's anybody else from America around who can answer that question for Vanished, if not, what I'll do is I will ask around, and I'll get an answer, and I will let you know. I'll probably find out before the end of tomorrow. I'll have to remember that. I was right, you know. It is starting to turn out to be a boring stream. I'm only joking. Right, I'll make a note of that. And vanished somewhere. Give me 2 seconds and I'll figure out where. There we go. Right. Yeah, I shall ask around next time I'm over in the States that question, and I will let you know the answer. Because I got to admit, I'm not 100% certain, and if it is Armaflex, then oh, hang on a second. Fallen's answered it. It's Light, not Flex. Armalite is the company, but that doesn't answer the question. Hey up, we've got a returning granddad. Well, I think it's him. I can't tell from that camera view. Do you want to stay live, or do you want to put your avatar on? No, his device isn't connected. He'll be back. Yeah, Armalite. It sounds as though it's something which you'd press on your arm and get a light to your joint. Depending on how short the joint gets. So, Fallen, if you can confirm whether it's a class as an assault, sorry, if it is an assault rifle, because my understanding is there's no such terminology. It's a made-up idea, allegedly. Hello,
Allegedly.
Granddaddy.
Hello.
You're back again. I see.
Yeah, I had a power surge. It all just went blank, everything. So.
What have I told you about trying to restart your pacemaker like that?
Yeah.
Don't do it while you're on the internet.
Yeah.
Just die gracefully.
That's it. That's it.
AR is misrepresentative, is my point. Yeah. Oh, sorry. Now I understand, Vaness. Yeah, you're right. It is. You'll have to catch up with the chat to understand that. So we've been going for about an hour. We peaked at 17 viewers, and we've only lost less than 5 ish. No. 5. That's not bad for a boring show.
No, it is it. That's it.
Oh, maybe it's you that's not boring. And it's oh no, it's that you again, because so many people use your bleeding logo. Not you, Granddad.
No, I know you're on about. I know.
Cheers. Thank you. The most used face known, copied, pasted. And then there's this guy. I don't recognize you. You're smiling.
You're on about, I'm always smiling these days, mate. I'm fucking high on fresh air these days. High on the essence of life.
You're not getting the right dope, mate. Or
Keep saying, mate, what?
Associating with the wrong dope.
I keep saying, you know. Anyway, we won't go there, but listen, life is good.
Oh, life's always good.
Life's good.
if the truth about moving these immigrants out of hotels is correct and moving them to cheaper alternatives and an open field with a few tents or whatever, then I'm all for it because it saves on the amount of tax paid out on nonsensical things. But
Yeah.
someone will probably have something in providing the accommodation, like tents with holes in, etc. A bit like the unsafe masks that came in at the beginning of the pandemic. Hello, Mellows. Nice to see you.
Hello, Mellows.
If you
Oh,
want to
bloody
call and
hell,
say
he's here
hello
now.
to people,
Yeah, big up,
the
Mellows.
link is pinned. Yeah, we're just having a general conversation at the moment about life in general and the fact that Bear is as high as a kite on life.
Yeah.
Because he sees
On
no
life.
negatives. But I just want to thank everybody who's here, new and old friends. Thank you for turning up. Thank you for coming along and listening to the boring git at the end here with the avatar of a lion.
It's a bear.
And he even knew exactly what I was talking about as well.
Dick. It's a fucking bear.
Not according to some people.
Listen,
And
it can be whatever you want it to be.
I
But it will never
disagree.
change. It will never change the fact from what it really is. You know.
I'd say it's a bear.
It will never change the fact from what it.
Oh, mute up. Thank you.
Big up, Mellow.
What's happening, guys? How you doing?
Yeah,
All right,
man.
you.
All good, bro.
How you doing, Granddad?
Gold. Now
Not
we've got a
bad,
real
you.
boring golf.
I'm good, man. I'm good.
Good,
Just got
good.
back home. I don't know about you
Just
guys,
got
but it's
back home.
non-stop raining. Yeah, it hasn't stopped raining all day today, man. From the
I
morning.
know. I'm pissed off. I was meant to be out filming today.
You know, it's got
It's
pissed
been
off.
raining.
I had some good audits lined up for today as well, and it's just been a washout all day, man.
Well, what's it been like where you are, Grandad?
Same.
Same.
Washout,
Am I the only one
washout.
with bloody sunshine in the wettest place in the country? Allegedly.
Yeah.
I'll tell you, you could have been sunbathing out there today.
It hasn't stopped raining yet.
What's that in a dinghy?
Hello, Trojan. Sorry?
I said in a dinghy.
No, not in the dinghy. I wasn't in the mid-Atlantic. Pacific, yes. And I was dreaming I was actually on a 5-star luxury cruise ship. The only trouble was I couldn't understand a word any of the passengers were saying because none of them spoke English.
No, you should have said the crew, even if he was on the UK ship.
No, I was right what I said. Think about it.
Oh yeah.
Think about it.
This luxury cruiser you were dreaming about, was it in the shape of a dinghy?
No. It's a five-star luxury liner that had been hired to put all these people on. It's been pissing down where Trojans is for the last 3 days. So you think you're unlucky?
Yeah, no, it's
3
Trojan's
days
fault.
of rain.
Yeah, that's where all the rain's been coming from.
Yeah. It hasn't quite got over to the left-hand side of the country.
It's
I should
hard.
have said that. People think I'm a left winger.
Weather
Whereas more central.
It's weather modification. That's what it is. You just flick the
Yeah.
switch nowadays and it rains.
Okay. Vanished.
It's the 5G.
Says he's got a new laptop and a new camera. Need to configure it all now. Gets hard though when you get to his age, 97. Working out. I'm not being ageist, by the way. I don't know whether you're younger or older than me, but I know you got the life you wanted. So good luck to you. I've got to show this. It's the first time I've ever seen this typed out. So it was bloody awful here in the West Country. That's how I read it. I don't know whether anybody else read it with a posh voice. Yeah. If Mrs. J, and I stress the part Mrs. J, was here, she'd be able to read that out for me in a very posh voice.
Yes, you would.
Yeah. I've not seen any rain, and if it has been raining, I haven't noticed because the curtain's been drawn all day. But when I took the dog out for a walk, it wasn't raining and the sun was out, so I can only take it from there. It could have been pissing down all day for all I know. Okay.
What grim?
To be honest, I've been.
You only walk the dog round the kitchen. No wonder they didn't get fucking wet.
Kitchen. Have you seen the size of my kitchen?
I don't know. I imagine you living in like a 100-bedroom mansion, Grim. And it looking like, I don't know, like the creepy horror show of them. A haunted house, really big, in the sticks.
I can neither confirm or deny.
See, I know.
Yeah, with them big
Trojan, that's
gates.
not how I sound. No Face Ronnie Y. Hello. Anybody recognise that name? Because I don't.
No, I don't.
It's raining in my heart. Oh, that's got to be one of those people who hop around from one place to another.
Who sang that
Let's
song?
have a look. See
Who
who
sang
you
it?
are. I don't know, and I really don't care.
Darts. That's what I remember. Darts sang that.
All right, okay. No, I can't say that I know your sock account. No Face. Looks interesting, though. A castle with a dungeon. Could be. Grandad, is there a
What?
castle where you are? You know, in the dungeons. Is there a castle above you?
Sort of.
Sort of. Okay. That answers Vanish's question or statement.
There's plenty of bats.
Yeah, I know, but unfortunately, they sort of died off since I've got what's his name's soul, Meatloaf. Picked his soul up. They were going at a Grammys award. Got them for now. It was a 60s song originally. It's Raining in My Heart, or even no 50s.
Yeah, it will have been. The stats did cover songs, didn't they?
So Shillars, I think,
Yeah,
possibly.
yeah, it will be. They did cover songs.
But yeah. Hello, Bear. Bear, are you still with us? Because you're muted. Oh well.
I think he's busy.
Did you guys hear about the terrorist threat being raised to critical severe?
Yeah, yeah.
It
Since
was
when?
Was it yesterday or day before?
Yeah. I mean, it was stuck at substantial moderate for forever since 9/11. Now, for some reason, they've raised it to critical severe. So
That's almost at the top, isn't it?
well, that is the top. It's
That's what
imminent
severe
danger.
would be. Right.
Severe,
Well,
yeah. It's called severe.
maybe. Right. So, hang on a second. Bear goes out and does an audit somewhere, perfectly legal, right?
Yeah.
So now the police will turn around and say, given the terrorists are at this present moment in time, we have to abuse your rights even more.
Yeah.
Yeah, because of the threat level, of course.
Yeah. And you could be sending those folks, putting that video footage out on the web for all to see, including any potential terrorists, which makes you a potential terrorist. I was going to say therapist then.
Mm.
Oh, well, never mind. Is this the reason behind the software coming out with phones with the emergency bleep?
Yeah, 23rd of April. Make sure your phone is switched off. And I don't
Hang on
know.
a
they're
second. Why
gonna-
does the 23rd of April ring a bell? Wasn't that Hitler's birthday?
Well, for some reason, they decided to pick that day to test this.
Yeah, I could have sworn that.
Yeah.
Maybe that's what it's all about.
It's
You know,
weird if it
fascists
is.
come back.
These people are sick, man. They love messing around with numbers. It's gematria for them. It's all signs and symbols, you know. 33s and 66s and 22s, 11.
Now, I really don't want to say this because that people might think there's a link, but hiya, Brandon. How are you doing? The numbers actually in the theory that people were talking about then has absolutely nothing to do with my welcome. Oh, yeah, it's Wandering Hippie.
Oh, yeah, hello,
How you doing, mate?
Yeah, Mellows, when I think back to what we've discussed over the years, you're so correct.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's all a
Don't
shit show.
don't you hate people who foresee the future?
Yes.
Yeah, Mellows sits with that crystal ball with the earring in one ear.
Honestly, it feels like I'm sitting in a train, unable to
Yeah.
dodge a train crash in slow motion. Yeah.
Hang on a second. Hippie, if you've got time, jump up onto the panel so we can say hello properly. But if you can't, I understand, because I think the last time you were sat waiting for your wife to come out of a shop or something. So that you appear. So I understand if you're not able to. But it's great to see you. I do know that you're not a troll. Well, I'm not too sure about some of the other people who turned up today. But welcome. I don't care.
There's one problem I got with trolling, right? Doesn't pay well. Shit money. Maybe I've got the wrong boss, man. Maybe I need to work for George Soros. I reckon he pays more.
Yeah, it's a possibility. Yeah. Hippie, Mike.
Anyone's got his number.
Give me 5. So,
Anyone's got his number.
in other news, which has just hit the headlines, and it's not quite on the right media for some people, but the Grim Reaper and the panel are a network, and we're not boring. Maybe not.
To be honest, I'm pretty boring. I'm pretty boring. Oh, yeah.
I'm the boring
Well, to
bugger.
you,
That's
yes. Actually, no, you're right. I'd rather watch paint dry.
Yeah, man.
Yeah,
I wear it. I wear it with pride. I identify as bored, boring, and boredom.
Well, I can confirm that I am dead. I identify as being dead, and I also confirm that I am moving more and more in the adoptive stage of getting everybody's souls.
I might be boring, but I have heard this week. I have heard this week people refer to me as a king. A king. A king.
Do you identify as a king though?
Can you say that name there, because I can't make it out?
You know, because
now?
I think
I
the way it is now.
I know
with the
who it
social-
is.
If
What
you
name?
identify as a king, and somebody
Yeah.
doesn't,
Can one of the mods please boot
It's not
Jojo?
Yeah, it's not him. It's just someone pretending to be with you.
Yeah, can you just boot that person? I mean, time them out. What do you mean you redacted it? Oh,
It's not even. Imagine that. Like, this is how. Oh, we're not going to go there again, but that's how bad it is. Imagine when you've got to impersonate one of the biggest scumbags on the planet.
yeah, but can someone please tell me what today's date is? I'm sure it's the 31st and not the 1st.
Yeah.
You know what?
Yeah,
Oh,
but
it's April Fool's
I guarantee you,
tomorrow.
today's date is
Tomorrow, yeah. Yeah, Ghost of Jojo. Tomorrow is April Fool's Day in the morning. You picked the wrong day to create your account.
It's true. A bit early there, mate. I think the fool's on you.
Okay. I've got No Face that we don't know about, right?
You've got a face.
Ask a question. You the god of auditors, Bear?
He's the
No,
no. Well, it depends. You know, if you identify,
It can't be. It can't be, because that would make me the Grim Reaper of Souls. You know?
Hello, Eddie.
Eddie,
Hello, gentlemen.
just
Hello
for a
there.
second, then I thought I'd imported an Irish phone bomber.
You did.
There you go.
I'm
I'm from Dublin. From that. Snowy, how are you doing? Was I supposed to be here? I don't know, Snowy, because you are.
no, I'm here. He's there.
Definitely.
And I'm not all there.
Yeah.
No,
Well, we know that.
Yeah,
Hello, Anne-Marie, again.
Hello, Anne-Marie.
where you been?
I don't know where Anne-Marie's been, but I know where I'm going. I'm going to open a bar again. I'll be back shortly. Just talk
Yes,
amongst
Eddie, what's
yourselves.
going on, mate? You well?
I'm doing good. I had a rough couple of days, but like if you saw my latest video, but other than that, yeah, it's been pretty good, you know, and
Good, mate. As long as you're all good. As long as you're all well, mate.
how are you anyway?
Yeah, all good, mate. All good. All dandy. You know.
Lost a few marbles, but he's all right. You'll find him.
As you do.
You
Yeah.
can't lose. You can't
Yeah.
find what you. Sorry, you can't
Yeah.
lose what you never had. Yes.
I thought these are the marbles you'd lost, but not the balls.
What?
I said, I thought these two were the marbles you lost, but they're not the balls.
Oh.
Those balls you've got.
That went over his head.
Is that where someone's meant to hold up one of those signs saying, please laugh now?
Someone missing a
Well,
pair
not
of
in your
balls. I
case,
think,
on your mind.
Prince holding them.
They're going
Lost and
on the
found.
black market for any and all trolls to purchase. Only costs you a minimum of 100 souls.
Listen, trolls
After
lives
that, the
matter.
bidding
mate.
goes up.
Trolls lives matter.
Yeah.
Somewhere. And only in their own lunchtime.
Somewhere under a bridge.
Yeah, I like
Graham,
that.
do we still need the ambrosia coin? Do we? For the passing of souls, etc.
No, we just skipped that bit. No, it's too long.
Yeah, just don't bother with that.
It's too long.
We don't have the boy anyway.
we don't have time for that shit. Too many souls need reaping.
Listen, I'm doing an offer, right? For every 100 souls these keyboard warriors get me, okay, I will give you a brand new keyboard. Caucasian Snowy, how are you?
That's
We'll
no
give you a brand new
way.
keyboard with no letters on it.
No, you can't hear me.
You have no use of
Yeah.
it. 'Cause, you know, there's no internet in hell.
Snowy, your face is showing. Turn your camera off.
Oh Jesus, I'm choking over here.
Oh, please carry on.
Hey, Eddie, why the long face, bro?
Oh shit.
No,
Sorry.
it's just one of those things. Hello,
Hey,
I'm
just take it day by day.
Nay,
Now,
bogger, mate.
Snowy.
Nay, bogger.
Nay bother at all.
What did the ghost of Jojo comment that was bad? Well, that's another story. Super
Find out
Foxes.
next week.
BB,
Super
what I found.
Foxes. Come suck my big hairy dick, man.
Oh,
Hey.
try that. You'll have to charge him.
Hello.
Hi.
No. Put your camera back on. That's better.
Very well done.
Hey,
There's an American, you fall for it every time. How you doing, Snowy?
I'm alive and kicking.
As always.
Yeah. You remember I told you I put my truck in the shop a couple of weeks ago?
Oh,
And then I put it in the shop again last week. I put it in the shop again this past week. And it died.
Oh. I wondered why there's a lot of people at the scrapyard.
Well,
Good funeral.
I've decided that I'm going to trade it for a ham sandwich or possibly a pocket lint that someone has.
Okay, we don't do any sort of schemes on here to help people out, but if
I'm
somebody
not
wants to
helping anybody
donate
do
towards
shit.
him getting a ham sandwich, please do so.
I promise you, anyone who gets this truck will regret it. It's one of those 1,000,000-mile frontiers, right? Not 2002. This is supposed to run forever, right? One of the most reliable trucks ever designed by Nissan, but not mine.
Nissan.
Mine is 22 years old. Well, it's 21 years old and has 140,000 miles on it. Now, the only way that's possible is if it never went anywhere.
well, except 120,000 miles.
Well, yeah, but in 20 years, that's literally cranking up and moving it around the yard. Think about it, man.
Yeah.
So ever since I've gotten this truck, I have killed 14 batteries. I have changed every single electrical component from the battery all the way through the horn and everything else I can find. Kills batteries in 24 hours. I don't care what you do.
I've got a little Suzuki Alto. I've done in 9 years. I've done 21,000 miles.
That's a lot.
I have seen it, and I can confirm it is a beast.
Yeah. Yeah, I will say that if it kills batteries within 24 hours and you've replaced everything, I think you should call your car Christine.
Okay. Well, let me tell you what I told my brother. I could move to Bangladesh and you could mail me all of the parts of a 2002 Frontier and I could build it. But because the one I'm familiar with kills every battery I put in it, I guarantee you the one I build would also kill batteries.
But it doesn't mean to say you've replaced the stuff, but you could have replaced it with a faulty even if it's brand new.
I thought of that. That's why I've put 3 starters, 3 alternators, 14 batteries, 2 negative terminals, 3 positive terminals. I have replaced every single fuse in the fuse box, every single relay in the relay box. I've replaced the headlights, the tail lights.
Did you put? You haven't changed the audio system in it, have you? It's just
All right. So I pulled the fuse on the audio system, so it shouldn't even have power at all, and doesn't, as
Right.
far as I can determine.
Yeah, I get you.
Just to take that out of the equation.
In a pear tree.
Right, exactly. So I will trade this truck for whatever you happen to have in your pockets, and a suggestion of where I can buy a van.
Basically, you just want to get rid of.
Dear
Maybe it's time
God.
to trade it in.
I've got half a spliff in my pocket.
If you
Yeah.
happen to
Oh,
figure
yeah,
out
take that.
this truck, it'll last you for the rest of your life. You'll never have another fret at all. But I'm done. I bought it
just
for
sent it to
$11,000. I've spent $12,000 on it trying to get it fixed. It still leaves me stranded everywhere I go. Even if God Himself came down and told me it was fixed, I wouldn't trust the damn truck.
Yeah, yeah.
Sasquatch. Can I just say, bro, if you're trying to sell this car, you're not doing a very good job. I hope you're not a salesman. I really hope this guy's not a salesman. Please tell me you're not a salesman.
Sasquatch, how much are you going to give me to take it away?
I got some Cheez-Its on the floor and a couple of half-smoked blunts over here, but dude, I would rather. Okay, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna trade it for a bundle of firewood. Buy me a van and go
That's an
camping and
idea.
burn the firewood.
Right. Why don't you donate it back to Nissan? For them
If
to
I donated to
display?
anything, it would be a negative.
Well, right, huh? But no, obviously you get the rights on the royalties for them showing it off. A 21-year-old vehicle that still eats batteries within 24 hours. I'm sure they'll
Dude,
take.
this thing
But I want to
devours
take it off you.
batteries.
Sorry.
It devours batteries. If you leave that battery in that truck for more than a week, you will have to buy a new battery.
There's a short somewhere, man.
Yeah.
Something. I don't know what it is, dude. I've replaced every piece that you can take off of the frame and put back on. There's nothing componentially wrong with it. The radio is completely separated from the electrical, and I even disconnected things like the horn and blinkers and stuff like that just to see if I could isolate where it was at. If that thing is hooked up, it kills batteries. Also, if you put a new battery in, you crank it up, right? Drive it down the road, it drives like a Ferrari for about an hour. And then the power in the battery gets so low, the alternator doesn't quite charge it. It's draining so much juice that the alternator can't keep up.
You need a stronger alternator. Have you added electrics to it?
I have not. It is a completely stock. The only add-on to
got you,
this
mate.
vehicle is the Fosgate stereo that I have separated from the
Camera
electrical.
on
It
or
has
off,
no
sir?
camera.
Definitely an electrical problem there.
On.
Either there's a short and it's draining the battery, right? Or there's, I would imagine the alternator is not generating enough current to charge the battery while you're driving it, or you're just not
I'll
driving
buy
it.
that. I totally buy that. My issue is that alternator, that's the third alternator I put on. There was nothing wrong with the last one. I simply changed it because it had not been changed since when I first bought the car.
Same one on.
Put a new alternator on it, and I
You put
thought
same
maybe
one.
it just got a bad one, right?
It's
Well,
same, was it the same one, same power? Because it might need, might just be that it's not
OEM.
power.
I'm sure it was exactly the same. It was an OEM replacement. That's what I'm saying. When I replaced everything, I put back original parts. The guy who had it before had put in some other stuff, but everything is original now. It's a 2002 Frontier, just like it rolled off the factory floor last week. It's had all of the top end replaced. It's had every single component that things plug into replaced. If it has a light, a blinky, makes a noise, clicks, switches, flips, trips, any of that, it's been replaced.
Yeah.
Front rotors,
It's
front
taken him,
pinions,
10 years to figure
control
it out.
arms. If you wanted to buy a body to take to a demolition derby, this would be the one to do. But you cannot drive it down the road.
Can I just say welcome to Hippie?
What's
Hello,
up?
The wandering
Hippie.
Hippie at that.
What's going on?
Hippie.
up,
Snowy's moaning about his truck.
I'm just whinging. I'm whinging about my truck. I'm
I like
so
what
fed up with
Trojan
it.
says. He said, "Set it on fire and collect the insurance."
See, hey, yeah, no, I said that. I said that a couple of weeks ago when I got it back from the shop this last time. Another $385 plus a $75 tow for the 5th time in the past 6 months or so. Right. So I'm like, all right. And I went to him and I said, look, I want you to change the fuel pump and the alternator. There's nothing wrong with the fuel pump or the alternator, but this is a shop where you change components on trucks, right? Yes, sir. And I pay you and you do that, right? Yes, sir. Will you change the fuel pump and the alternator? There's nothing wrong with the fuel pump and alternator. I don't care if there's anything wrong with it. I just want them out of that truck. If the fuel pump is the only thing I have not actually changed because no one will change it because it's a pain in the ass unless there's something actually wrong with it. So you hook up to it, tested it,
Man,
test
you know
out.
what you do? You know what you do?
Yeah, I'm gonna trade it for a van.
Put a banana in the tailpipe.
Dude, you got to crank it first, or it don't matter.
I'll tell you what. I think I'll pass on it. Thank you.
Like I said, dude, if you can figure out what's wrong with it, it's jelly tight. It's schizophrenic, but it's a very, very nice truck. I didn't buy a piece of shit. I bought a nice truck, and it was not nice to me. Somebody's going to get that truck, and they're going to go in there and go, "Oh, this isn't supposed to be plugged up there." Click,
Yeah.
and have a $1 million engine that's perfectly fresh.
Hey, Anne Marie. Holla.
But I mean, think about it.
I just want to confirm that now you've been associated with me, you might be called boring.
Yeah, I've been called many things, but boring's rarely been one of them.
Well, just sort of let you know.
Okay, sure. That's a risk I'm willing to take.
Oh, thank you. Appreciate that. I didn't realize that the show was boring, but
Some of you may cry. That.
Can someone pull my little finger?
No, we like the way the air is now.
Well, folks, you just never know who or what's going to turn up on the Grim Reaper radio network show.
Nearly got stumbled there.
Yeah, I did. I had to think for a second. Yeah, if anybody wants to know what the time is, it's 4:20.
Yeah, I'm
Never
waiting.
moves.
I can confirm.
It's always 4:20 in my house.
Nice.
It's 5 o'clock somewhere.
I'll
I have my
you a secret.
moments,
You
but
just made
yeah,
someone
right now it's
really jealous. That's only a small quantity. You want to see the other 18 jars?
Yeah, I got a milk. Most people have bags of weed. I have a milk crate full of weed, literally. But I grow my own and it's legal, so in case
Yep.
anybody's wondering. Wandering hippie.
Yeah, I'll talk to you after the show about that last shipment.
Have you tried vacuum drying your bud?
Say it again.
Have you tried vacuum drying your bud, like freeze drying it?
I have a whole process of drying my weed.
Yeah, I'm sure
I
you
use
do, but I'm asking, have you ever tried vacuum freezing your weed?
No.
All right,
I've
so
heard
here's
of
what you do.
freezing it.
Yeah, no, here's what you do. You go and get one of those jar vacuum seals where they vacuum the thing onto it, the little rubber O-ring doohickey. You put a bunch of weed in your jar and you stick it in the freezer and you let it freeze solid. Then you pull a vacuum on it and put it back in the freezer, and it goes from being liquid, from ice, from solid straight to gas. When you pop the seal on it, theoretically it's immediately cured and tastes like fresh weed.
Nice.
I don't know. Maybe. Might be nice. Might not be. I had some weed that tasted like broccoli once. Actually, I had some weed many moons ago that was grown in a pig pen. And it tasted, smelled, and even had a grungy feel in the back of your throat, just like pig poop. It was amazingly potent. and amazingly disgusting.
Yeah, that's the tough part about growing. You know, you can spend 2 months growing a crop and have it not come out good. You know,
Yeah, that's true.
so I have run
Well-
into that all the time.
This guy had been living over there for about 15 years, and then a tree fell over his trailer. So he moved in with his daughter. They come in and move the trailer out. Nobody's living over there. It turned out he had a little weed growing in a little pen behind his house. He had forgotten about it or left it behind or whatever. So neighborhood kids ran over there and pulled it all down, and we dried it. And it was the skunkiest stuff you've ever come across, dude. It was so nasty you couldn't smoke it. It was disgusting. So we dried it and cured it and put it up. And anytime somebody came over begging for weed, talking about they smoke anything, we'd give that shit to them. Here, you can have as much as you want. They'd take one rip off of it and put it back in the pile.
I'll smoke anything as long as it gets me high.
Oh, you say that. You say that. But when you cough up pig poop 2 days later, you'll disagree.
But not at the time. The time of smoking, everything's okay. Well,
I've never
allegedly. We got an immune.
See, I'm totally going to sell it and go van life. Vanished has already got me figured out. He knows exactly what I'm doing. Here's my plan, right? You've been hearing about this whole Louder with Crowder thing where he's taking a different direction with the whole streamer concept. I'm going to buy me a van and a trailer, and I'm going to make a mobile studio, and I'm going to go see everybody I can. So tell me, Wandering Hippie, what are you going to do when Sasquatch finds you?
Hang out and
Worry.
give you some pig weed.
I'll smoke anything you got in one of those jars over there. That'll be fine.
Yeah, I'll give you one of those jars if you come over my house.
You can help me clean out this pigweed.
Yeah.
Shitweed. Oh shit.
I've even got my wife down on some of this, right? Because like her car is about to the end of its life too, and I was like, "Why don't we just buy a van?" She's like, "Are you serious?" I was like, "Yeah." She's like, "You're gonna do all the research, check everything out, design the fucker, and send it in and do all the paperwork." I was like, "How hard could it be?" There's a salesman there whose job it is to do all that crap. All I got to do is go yes, no, thumbs up, thumbs down, and pay the fucking bill. That's it, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm figuring $78,000 ought to do is a pretty good start for the van.
Oh, you're more than that,
Right.
brother. Shit, a fucking regular truck now goes for 80 or 90,000.
You're not wrong, but check this
So,
out. I can
think
get.
it'd be more like $100,000 for a nice camping fucking setup in a.
Well, I don't
fucking
want
van.
it camping rig yet. See, I want to get me a 15-foot enclosed trailer, 7 foot by 7 foot by 15, right? And I'm going to build a studio in it with all the power, all the broadcasting, all of the cellular, everything built out of that. So between then and now, or rather now and then, I'm going to get the equipment necessary and just use the van until I get to the point where I have enough equipment together to actually build the mobile studio. And then I'm going to work with Louder with Crowder. Watch me. See if I don't.
Nice.
Can you imagine being able to call somebody up and go, dude, we need a reporter on the spot in such and such a location. I can be there in 18 hours.
Yeah.
I'm armed and willing.
I'm dangerous.
I'm not that
How
dangerous
long?
as long as you don't do nothing stupid. You'll be fine. I'm from a stand your ground state where I will send your mama the cleaning bill for my rug.
Well, earlier on, we had a guy from the States, and he recognized a bike going past. And I said to him, "Take your club with you," because we were talking about clubs. And he said, "No, I've got something far better than that on the side of my hip." And I thought, "Yep." One dead motorcycle, push bike cyclist. Oh, well.
I was watching a YouTube show about Britain cops, and they were showing some like investigative crime unit which has guns, and they were busting quite a few people with guns. Sounds like you guys gun crime is growing over there.
Well, just making it illegal doesn't make the guns go away.
No, I know it, but I think recently it seems to have upticked. Sounds like these guys all had AR-15s.
Hey, hippie, I'm gonna eat a whole power pack of these little Peachios. Some
What are
kind of they're the 1,000 milligrams of
Jeez.
CBD gummies.
Oh shit!
CBD gummies, man.
Right.
Gives
Wink,
me
wink, nudge, nudge.
anxiety. CBD gives me anxiety. when
No,
they
these.
put shit in-
I'm sorry. You're already really fucking
You
high.
mean,
I'll
hang
get
on,
those-
hang on a second. I know what you're talking about. You're talking about those little sweeties that have had the CBD taken out, and you're left with whatever's there. That's what you mean.
Something like that.
Yeah. THC, folks. Free.
I have a van too. I love my van.
Magnesium-based foods.
I have a 1-ton Chevy van, 2000.
This episode is brought to you
Fucking the
by
best.
THC Free.
Oh, never heard of them. Must be some new people on the block.
On the block.
On the block.
Used to have a little, now they have a little.
They have littles over in the States as well. Doesn't little help them.
Not a lot. It's a little.
Yeah. Germans have invaded even the States these days. Yeah, the person to ask that to actually answer that question would be Bear. He might have more of an idea, potentially. But I don't think that there's more guns being found as in such. I think that the people who take the backhanders have been caught. That's all. I think the levels have always been there. It's just the backhanders meant that they never got
Well,
raided.
this show I watched
Allegedly.
was 2-hour show, and the first hour was just general stops and blah blah blah. A couple times they found cocaine and let them go. I was surprised. A caution. I'm like, what the fuck's a caution? That must
Well,
be
think
like
about it.
America warning.
You get busted
Yes,
for cocaine,
yeah.
and they let you go. Are you immediately going to go get more cocaine, or are you going to sit around and think about it for a minute?
No, I'm going right
Well,
back to the
when I
man's
got nicked
house
with
and
weed.
get some more.
First thing I did when they let me go was go and buy some weed.
But
Yeah.
the second hour of the show was all about this. I forget the name of it. Over here, we call them the crimes unit something. It's like a gang thing. But these guys, they were all had crazy guns. Like a couple of the guns, I didn't even know what they were. They were like super high tech looking.
Tactical unit.
Yeah, the tactical, yeah. And they busted quite a few people with guns. Couple of times it was air rifles. Some guy was getting beat up outside his house, and his son pulled out an air rifle and threatened to shoot him. And
Really?
pretty
An air
interesting
rifle?
show, though. Yeah, air
Or
rifle.
they're
It
Air
hunting-
looked
rifle,
like
they
a
got access to all
shotgun.
them guns.
No. Don't get it twisted, dude. There are channels about people who hunt big game.
Yep,
Big game, no
Air
bullshit.
rifle.
Big game with air rifles.
yeah.
There
They're
are
like
50
fucking
caliber air rifles.
50
Yes,
caliber, yeah. Caliber. Blah, blah, blah. Good
they'll
weed,
drop a bear.
That's easy for you to say, hippie.
right?
Yeah.
Caliber.
All right. So Vanished is talking about his van over here. Hippie, what kind of van you got? Talk to
I
me.
got a 2000 1-ton van that's fucking, it's extended.
That's an
'cause it's
Econoline. No,
express
Chevy.
van.
That would be
Express.
Sierra or
Express.
an Express. Right.
Yeah, so
Is it
it's
high
long.
top?
Yep. Well, not like you can stand up. I think it's higher than most vans.
So it's a
but
medium top. Okay.
yeah,
So it's a standard conversion van type. Gotcha.
it's great though. It's got beautiful.
If it's the full
gearing, it'll-
1-ton one, that's the long
Yeah.
one. That's like the 15 passenger job, right?
Yeah. Yep.
Right.
Be careful, Limpy. You start a trade, yeah.
Yeah. So we can hang out together in our vans if you get a van, bro.
Oh no, it's gonna happen, dude. This is inevitable. My truck
Yeah.
won't run. Rachel's
Vans are
car
wicked
probably got another
expensive.
month or so.
My van's
you know
got a
what
lot of
sucks?
rust. Whoops.
They stopped doing cool vans in 2002.
Yeah, I
The
agree.
G20 era was the greatest era for the van.
But I love my van.
Yeah, I'm
Now,
currently looking at
you're
three.
referring to vans. I always thought they were motorhomes. Or they're totally different.
These are conversion vans. These are basically
Hello.
passenger vans that have been altered slightly, only slightly,
Right.
to
That was-
permit the use of like a big TV, a computer, some other stuff.
Like I was gonna say that I recently started looking at the 2000 vans, you know, maybe a little rusty, smashed up, got something wrong with it, something like that. Fuck, they want $6 or $8 grand for a rusted out piece of shit.
Okay. Might be able to help you on that one.
Ridiculous.
Well, no, actually, I'm sorry. These are all Econolines. My bad. I stumbled across a place over here about 8 miles from my house. There are 16 turtle top Econolines parked in a row every year from 1989 all the way through to like 2014 or so.
You guys don't salt the road, so shit's probably not as rusty down there.
Well, it's very, very, very humid here, and so the rust is different.
Right.
It's rusty, but it's rusty everywhere,
Right.
not just in the spots on the under panels and the.
Well, I live
wheel.
on an island, so not only is it humid all the time, but it's salt water. So, yeah.
But I'm talking about your snow and the salt conditions that y'all do with the roads that devours the underside of a van. It's
Don't even
rough.
mention snow. This is going on the 3rd straight year where we have got no snow. Usually we'd have feet of snow through the year.
Right.
And nothing.
Well, that's why when
Zero.
you go to buy an old vehicle, you go south and west. If you want to get a good, solid old vehicle, go to Texas, go to Utah, go to Arizona. Go over there and get you a vehicle. It has never been flooded and has a light patina of rust on it.
What's up, Outlaw King?
Outlaw King.
Outlaw, I haven't got my full collection today, but there's still plenty of time. You'd have to wanting to know how the soul collecting's going.
Hey, Grim.
Yes.
Did I send you the email about the restream feature on StreamYard?
No, but I did notice it earlier on.
Now, I sent a bunch of people an email, and what I'm going to do is I got several shows that I do. Sasquatch Shields, I'm going to offer to all the previous guests on the channel. So let's say you don't want to go live one week, and I happen to have a Sasquatch Shields that day. You can do it. You pop in right before, do the whole clickety thing, get started up. What?
Yeah. Just got to remember the time difference.
Sorry. My wife is trying to use hieroglyphics to communicate with me, and I didn't get it. I know sign language. So does she. This still shouldn't be an issue.
Yeah, but if one of you is using one form of sign language and the other one's using a different one, then that'll explain the.
Yeah, she was using early Native American. Like, I don't know what that was.
Here, let me show Sasquatch a funny video of my van.
Careful.
Yeah.
This man to get you a strike in a heartbeat. You got to be careful.
No.
I'm messing with you. He's not. He's good. He's all right.
I know what he's like.
Oh, there you go. That's why I looked at my wife when she's going to take the kids on vacation in Florida, like tomorrow, the next day.
Why did you reverse it? Sorry.
Say that again?
Why did you reverse into it?
I tried to drive through it, and
You nearly
there
made
was
it.
a big hole in the middle. Literally, the rear axle was sitting in the mud. And I'm miles and miles and miles from anything. And just by luck, there was a kid getting stoned out there in the woods. And I saw his truck and I ran over. And he's like, "Let me
That
look
was
at the
you?
chain." That's me. Yeah, look, I'll play a little chunk of it.
Oh fuck!
Anyway, so I told my wife
Hey, Vanda.
that
My van is.
that's terrible.
Yeah, that's stuck, bro.
Yeah. I told my wife to repeat after me. All-wheel drive, four-wheel drive, V8 tow package. Anything else you want, I don't care. All-wheel drive or four-wheel drive, V8 tow package. Pick your van. I don't care which one it is. Four-wheel drive, tow package, V8. These are my only requirements. I want to be able to tow something with it later. Go ahead.
Hi, Dragon. How you
It's
doing?
very, very narrow margin there of selections.
Right? Yeah, no, anything else you want. I don't care. Pink, purple, red, yellow, wings, no wings, high top, low top. I don't care.
They still
It's a
make
colour.
4-wheel drive vans? I'm not even
Yeah.
sure.
They do.
Any
You-
make?
Transit,
Nissan?
you can get a Dodge
What
Pro
about
Max,
the fluffy dice? Can she have fluffy big
Okay.
dice?
big pink ones if she wants. Yes.
Okay.
I want pink dice. Yeah.
I think they're
I
over
think
here.
you should have
they're,
a pink van. It would
delete-
definitely suit you.
I don't care.
Yes.
I don't care. Bright yellow, pink, purple, sapphire blue. I don't care.
Yeah. Well, you don't mind on the make either, do you?
I'm not really. I would like, okay, if I had my rathers,
There's one.
you know, if I could just poke out there and say, hey, I want that. Right? And it worked.
As long as it's
Sprinter
American made.
6x6. Dude, don't get me started. Man, them
Well-
Mercedes are unreal. And you're talking $143,000 on a van, and that's before the conversion. That's serious. What's up, Creole?
Well, what can I say? But your type of conversion would be as long as you got everything, including the kitchen sink. Your
Yeah.
wife's side here would be luxury.
But see, that's the thing is I'm not planning on living in my van. I don't have to. I can live in hotels. I don't have to live in so I can get a hotel whenever I want. However, I'm perfectly cool with crashing out in my van. It's a little more difficult when it's 3 people and a dog, you know. That's a bit of a difference. So if I'm just going myself, that's one thing. Van's fine. If it's me and the wife and the dog, then
Shit.
An RV.
When I was
Where
a
you gonna
kid,
put the
my
wife?
buddy had a cool Chevy van. He put a heart window in the back side, and he built a plywood bed and put a nice mattress in there
Uh-huh.
and put a nice cover over it. And he lived in that shit all the time. He loved it.
yeah, but like I said, by yourself, it's fine. If
Right.
you and maybe one other person, but when you have a 120-pound Mastiff,
Right.
it's you got to have some space. And so
Well,
my
that's the
plan
reason
is
why I asked you, where would you put the wife?
in the hotel. I told you.
I know that's you. You'd leave the wife and the dog.
Oh no, I'm gonna leave in the van. That's the whole plan. I'm gonna go up. All right, let's say I'm going to see Hippie, right? I'll show up in town, stop at a hotel, put her in a hotel, ride across town, go find him. We'll go look at something interesting while we talk about something not unrelated. You know,
Hey, Miss Good
something
Luck.
historical or whatever,
Hello, Miss
some
Love.
neat picture or whatever.
1975.
Miss
Nice to
Lo-
see you. We're getting some good people in the show now. Well, not that we don't anyway, but the latecomers. Miss Luck's got an excuse. She's from Scotland. I'm not sure
Who's saying
why
they're
the
slow?
Americans got here first, but hey ho.
Dude, you'd love it if you came out here and just come out in the summer so you can.
I'll
enjoy
totally
the
do that
beautiful
shit, dude.
beaches.
I've got no issue with it whatsoever. The only problem I'm currently having is my truck is completely screwballed. No idea what's wrong with it. And I'm
Yeah, I
sick
heard
and
you
tired.
going through it.
So
Yeah, I
I'm
heard-
going to
Hey,
I'm going to call somebody, some dealership in like Florida or Alabama or South Carolina somewhere, and I'm going to tell them to come get it. I'm going to pay the tow fee so that it will go far enough away from me that I never see that vehicle break down on the side.
I got a funny story for you because Joe Cool right now is having problems with his car. And the problem
Yes.
that he's having is the lights randomly flash, the horn randomly beeps, the battery goes dead. He said I was at McDonald's or something, and the fucking horn and the headlights started flashing, and some guy got out of the car, and he's like, "Hey, my fucking car, it's screwed up. I can't. It's not me. I promise."
That's a bum relay somewhere in his computer. One of them little square boxes.
Four
Just
mechanics.
start changing them.
He brought it to 4 mechanics, 4 different mechanics. Paid
But
a
let me
couple
tell you what they do.
$100 and
They hook it
now
to
he
the
brought it to the
machine,
dealership, and I don't know what's going on. I haven't talked to him in a couple of days.
and they're going to do the same thing. They're going to hook it to the machine. It's going to check out fine while they're running the test, and then he's going to leave, and it's going to happen again.
Right, exactly.
yeah. I've seen that happen before. You can have an overpower situation in the box where it damages a relay but doesn't actually break it, right? Usually they burn up and they're useless, but it just messes it up. So it's trying to go out, but it's not. And that's why it's causing all the wonky crap to happen. It's letting dirty power through, basically.
There's a lot of talk about campers, and I'm just wondering whether or not campers is a serious subject or a funny subject or what.
Depends on the type of camping you do.
Yeah, you guys seem to know what you're talking about. It's like a 747 for me.
Well,
Well, the
I
way-
grew up basically living in the woods. If I was going to go do anything, it was going to be in the woods, and so I just kind of adapted my existence to being able to sleep in trees and shit. So
Well,
my
the
style of
world
camping
is-
is a little rough.
Well, my idea of camping is the same as most people's at my level, which is 5-star. It's got to have a hotel with a swimming pool.
I won't lie, I do
service,
prefer room service.
and room
love
service,
camping.
etc. You know,
My wife and I lived in a tent for like 3 summers. We love that shit. I love
Well,
It
being
depends on the
outside.
circumstances, though. It really does. Because, like,
Money.
okay,
That's the circumstance back
well,
then. You know,
not
that was
always. Not always.
40 years
Like
ago.
for instance, in my case, I was working off grid. I was working at places, not technically off grid, because there would be power for me to charge my stuff, but it would be over there somewhere, right? So I'm over here working, building a cabin or whatever out here. I'm camping. You know what I'm saying? There's in some cases there wasn't even really a driveway brought in that far yet. I had to get on a 4-wheeler right out there.
Well, that's one of the lucky things they have about out here. They have giant national parks that have giant lakes that they fill with fish. Some are lure only. Some have salmon in them. And the whole place is a giant campground. It's beautiful. We go there all the time. It's only 10 miles away, but we camp there every year.
Miss, look,
Intense.
if you find out before me, let me know, will you? As to what's going up on the panel. Everybody's now saying, "How would they like camping?"
Yeah, no, I like hammock camping too. That's
Nice.
that's one of the easiest ways to do it.
The nice part about a camper is when the shit hits the fan like it's about to right now, you can run off into the woods and hide. Because world's a shit.
That's why it's
bag
don't run
right
away.
now.
He just goes home.
China, fucking everything, just everywhere. North Korea, freaking.
Or Mellows was
Russia.
saying that they've heightened the UK security risks to critical and severe, which hasn't been anything like that since 9/11.
Yeah.
I just pity the auditors that go out. Well, some of them anyway, and they get arrested.
Yep.
For the because it's so critical.
Title 44 or 47, I think you guys call it over there.
Yeah, it's 43. Close, very close.
Yeah. I think 47 must be CJ audits from Ireland, Scotland.
Yeah. Well, when they stop now and do it, it's sort of very polite. It won't be now, will it? it'll be kick you in the bollocks and then abuse you. The powers, I mean.
When I go to get this van, I'm going to walk in with a bottle of KY jelly and set it on the damn table. Sit down and look him straight in the face and say, I'm going to buy a van and one of us is getting fucked.
I told Joe Cool when he said he was bringing his car to the.
We'll see how the negotiations go after that one.
I told Joe Cool when he was bringing his car to the dealership, I said, they're like the Blue Line gang, for crying out loud. When you bring your car to a dealership, oh my God.
That's the reason why I suggested that Snowy donates his van to Nissan.
Dude.
Cars for
Probably
kids.
get
That's
more
what
for
they
it.
get out here. You donate your car to the company and they probably donate nothing
man.
to kids.
I tell you what I should do. I should list this thing on Facebook Marketplace because it looks
Yes.
great on paper. 2002 Nissan Frontier with every single major component that exists having been swapped, entire top end redone, fresh oil, fresh brakes, fresh rotors.
Hang on, terrific.
It looks great on paper.
Yeah, but there's just one thing you don't say.
Hey, I can crank it up once.
You didn't have to do that. You can. I suppose you could say, "I had this, but." Says in rights from buying from Nissan.
Dude, I spent 20 grand entirely on that vehicle, and I haven't
much
gotten
is it worth?
nearly. I could have rented a car cheaper for the amount I've driven. So
I don't know. Maybe it's because you don't use it enough. I don't know.
I had thought that, but
I'm
this
not a
last
mechanic.
time I specifically drove a half tank of gas out of that thing in 2 days just to make sure I'd driven it around. I drove all over the county, went and saw all kinds of people's. It killed the battery.
And the people who saw you went, bloody hell, what is it? 4th of July? You've come
Dude,
out.
hey, when I show up in that truck, people take notice because it never runs.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
I've got to say it runs on blue moons, blood moons, and the third Tuesday of every month.
Okay. And that's only around the yard.
Yeah.
No, that's usually back from the shop, to be honest.
Oh,
Dead
fair enough.
serious, not exaggerating. So yeah, no joke. I put 40,000 miles on this truck, right? Probably half of that has been back from shops within the Tri-County region.
Yep. Yeah.
I mean,
Every
2
time-
long trips.
No,
and it
hang on a
goes no
second.
problem.
I've just realised it's Friday night here, Friday afternoon over at yours. Don't you normally go shopping? Or is the truck not working?
Oh no, my truck is definitely not working.
Oh, that's the reason why you're here then.
No. My wife is taking the kids to Disney tomorrow, and I will be here for the next week unsupervised.
Oh. Bloody hell. Will there be anything left?
Do you think I'm destructive? This is my house.
No, I'm just thinking of the story that you told us about your Cash App only accepting payment from one source.
Right? All right, somehow I broke my Cash App.
I got him, folks. I got him.
No, this is good. This is good. This is good stuff. So I was broke as a joke. It was coming around to my birthday, and I'd finally set up a Cash App, and I went on and I streamed, and I just plugged the Cash App into the corner of the screen. Didn't tell nobody about it or nothing at first. When suddenly, bling, bling, I get a donation. I look at it, refunded. I get another one, refunded. I get another one and another one, refunded. Why? Don't know. Nobody ever told me, could never figure it out. Still happens. But what I do get is all of your information. And I thought, okay, deal. You keep your money and I get your information.
And the only payment that actually doesn't get refunded is from his missus.
It's from my wife. I think she gamed me.
Yeah, I think that she set it up that way.
Maybe.
By the way, is your missus the only one who knows the password as the administrator?
No, actually, I set it up.
All right, okay.
I did it wrong. I don't know.
It must have been under your wife's supervision then.
I don't. Dude, I did everything. I filled it out. I did the whole 9. I got the card. I waited until I had everything together, and then I put it up. I got her to send me a thing. It worked, no problem. I sat down. 25 donations refunded later, and nothing I can do about it. And I'm still broke, and had like 2 cigarettes left.
But he's got all this information to people.
Right? Oh yeah, no, I totally do. I saved all that shit. It's the only thing I got out of the transaction. Why wouldn't I?
Are you still using it?
It's over there, dude. I mean, I'll put it up. Y'all can try. I just don't see.
I wouldn't do it. I wouldn't risk it.
I doubt. I doubt it'll do you any good. It's definitely not doing me any good.
Well, no, I don't want you to have my address down underground and wherever it is we are.
Where's it at?
I keep forgetting actually because we keep moving around. Sometimes I'm in the States, sometimes I'm in the UK, and sometimes I'm in Australia. So it depends on which IP address I use as well. Note to the trolls.
Is that it? Yeah, there it is.
So, anything interesting then been going on in your lives?
Well, I tried to talk about bands, but you didn't want to talk about it.
Well, we've talked about that in the past. We're not doing that again.
Don't start that again. All right, so what we're going to do is we're going to start by trying to stop all the frogs from being gay. There's absolutely no point in not having some transgender, transsexual frogs going on. Every time you turn around, Alex Jones is over here trying to tell you some stuff that's obviously true, obviously not true, and nobody believes him, but everybody buys it. Hey, Lorenzo, go get me some of those power bars.
I wish somebody would clip that.
Feel free, man. Like, yeah.
That would be funny, that for it to have to be played somewhere else.
Have that.
They wouldn't understand it though.
Yeah, most of it. Most of the time I can't keep up with the thought processes. I really am not a huge Alex Jones fan, but
I used to watch him once in a while just for the hell
he's
of
funny.
it.
Dude, he's hilarious.
Yeah.
You just sit down, smoke you a big fat stogie, and not really pay a whole lot of attention to what he's saying. You'll start giggling maniacally and not know why. It's because he's
The only
nuts.
thing I hated, all those stupid commercials with all the prepper shit that he always used to have on, drove me nuts.
Okay, well, he's got to monetize somehow, and he got kicked off
I
of every
agree. I
platform
mean,
on
all
the
about
man.
money.
So, what do you want him to do? He runs a multi-million-dollar estate over yonder. So, like,
Right?
so I mean, he's got to monetize. Crowder has Mug Club, you know,
Yeah.
so you got to do something.
Yeah. YouTube, you ain't making any money here.
Yeah, no, not only that, specifically being on that side of the aisle is a death knell to a YouTuber. If they realize you're any kind of Republican, conservative, anything like
I
that,
heard your
over.
what's his name? The guy that reads the Bible, Untethered. He got a strike.
Yeah, he caught a full-on strike for a video, I think 2 years old, where he was talking about he was talking about the drawing of lots in the Bible. I can't remember the specific story. Somebody comes in and says something about it being like the election, and he made a broad blanket statement about how he doesn't trust any elections ever under any circumstances unless he's the one counting the votes, and then digressed about some other stuff. But
Wow.
they caught him 2 years later. Yeah.
2 years later. So somebody picked through the shit to find something to make a complaint about.
Well, he did
So-
just hit 350 subscribers.
Right. Did obviously, so once you make a strike, you know who that person is. Not that I would want you to say who it is, but is it someone that you know, or
He hasn't told me.
Oh, okay.
If it was a individual who struck him, he didn't say nothing to me about it. But then again,
Right, 'cause
I
you get the
wouldn't tell
person's
you.
name.
You know what I'm saying? Like, that is annoying. I
Yeah.
don't like being up there.
Yeah, I was going to say we're not in the habit of saying who struck who or real
No,
names,
I didn't.
but
Yeah.
no, hear me out. But I know who struck me, and
Right.
I did thank them for it on the day that they put a strike in, because they did provide the alleged real names.
Mhm.
So obviously, I had to thank them for their wonderful present just before
So-
Christmas.
All right.
All right. So the worst experience I've had with a YouTuber, I interviewed a YouTuber a while back, and I never did upload this interview. I still have it saved over here. But he said he wanted to do a private interview, that he didn't want to do it live stream, that we would come in, we'd record it, we'd do the whole thing just like it was a live stream, and then I could upload it as a premiere later, right? So he comes in, we do the whole thing, it goes swimmingly, we don't have any problems, everything's fine. There's no chat, it's a little weird, but the whole thing goes off without a hitch. I'm able to fake my way through it, I guess. About 24 hours later, I uploaded shorts based off of that. And the next thing I know, I start getting takedown requests saying that I didn't have permission to use his likeness. But then the takedown requests all disappeared. They just went away. I didn't do anything because I was like on vacation at the time, and I didn't notice it till like 4 days later. So like I just didn't do anything, and they went away. And it turned out Homie had gone to those particular shorts and did takedown requests from 3 or 4 different profiles that he runs. And then YouTube, after looking at what it was, decided that that's not, you can't take it down, and struck all the channels.
I don't know if you've heard me talking, but I've been praising YouTube recently because I ran a stream on the Wandering Hippie. I don't do that very often anymore because it's more of my other channel, you know. And I played the song from Tom McDonald, and I was a little nervous because I always play it on the Singing Hippie, and they never bother me. But you know, on that channel, I just get nervous. Anyway, I woke up the next morning, and there was a letter from YouTube saying the license holder of the music will allow you to share the music if you share the profit of the thing, which of course would be nothing from my stream. But I thought, oh my God. So I monetized that video. And then like a couple days later, about the song that I sung, Monster Mash, I got a letter from YouTube saying that the license holder has agreed to share the profits of the video if you monetize the video. So now that video is monetized. Not that it'll make any money, but to me, I feel like with 2.2 billion people on YouTube, and
You're
if they make a
accomplishing
penny
it.
on
You're
my,
doing the thing. Yeah, I get it.
you know what I mean?
It's happening.
They're finally opening their eyes.
I don't quite understand how your version of the Monster Mash is anywhere near the resemblance of the original.
You haven't seen it.
I have.
It's just they own the words though, so even just the words.
Oh, right. Okay. So it's not
You
the
know what I mean?
style or anything like that. I thought it was a sort of like original content. Fell under
And
that.
I think the music was actually from the song, but it was done with that Sing Snap program.
Yeah.
So-
Yeah. Hello,
But I'm just-
another Anarchy.
I'm just happy that you know, these license holders are finally realizing who cares if you only make a penny, because there's 2.2 billion people here. So if you only get 1 billion pennies, that's a lot of money. So why not just share it? And if someone sees a song that they never heard before, they might go out and buy the song off of Apple Tunes or whatever. So it's a
They might
win-win.
get 2 pennies.
Right.
Yeah, they might get 2 pennies on that one. But I don't understand copyright anyway. At the end of the day, especially the music that of your generation, shall we say? You know, it's over 10 years old, so there shouldn't be any copyright. But apparently,
they're greedy.
there's no
Typical
copyright after
American.
something's been gone. I was going to say, there's no copyright after 40 years anyway. I think it becomes copyright free.
Greedy. Greedy.
But who wants to hang around 40 years?
Right.
You know, to get a non-strike or whatever. I mean, I don't
I've never
put
gotten a
music on
strike.
here
I can't
because
believe that. I shouldn't say that, but I've been on here 3 years, never got a strike.
Yeah, I keep getting, when I play music on here, I keep getting, you know, the claims.
Right.
Et
Claims
cetera.
suck if you're gonna try and have members, because you can't have one copyright claim on your channel if you want members.
No, yeah,
So
yeah, because you get shadow banned, etc.
So the only way if you're gonna have members is you got to be 100% clean, you know, which is pretty impossible.
Well, I don't want members because members have to pay for it.
Right. I'm just
Yeah,
saying,
so,
you know, I don't have members.
copyright is tricky because there's 3 different copyrights to each song. Copyright lasts, is it 75 years? Okay, plus a generation. Oh. Or does it revert back to the to the person who wrote it after so many years? I forget now.
Good.
No, I was just thinking of Paul McCartney because he had an argument with Sony about the copyright because he said it should have come to him, and they said no, we've got the copyright. He's got to wait for so many years before it comes back, so I just can't be bothered fighting them for it.
Miss Luck, copyright claims only matter if you're gonna put the video up and it's important to you, because you can't monetize it and they'll take it down if it's the wrong song. But copyrights themselves, my biggest stream, 107 copyright claims in one stream. So
yes, yeah, I've not come across anyone who's can turn around and say otherwise. That they've had more.
Yeah, Hippie does long streams with lots of music, but I've found a lane where I rarely get shut down unless I get really stoned. A couple nights ago or a couple streams ago, I don't stream that much anymore. But a couple nights ago, I got taken down twice.
Well, I know a place where you can play whatever you want, however you want, and you'll never ever get a copyright claim. Never mind a strike.
Right.
But you got to come away from YouTube for that.
Right. Well, I don't even do YouTube, to be fair. I haven't seen an actual link to your thing. I would try it just to try it. You know what I mean?
Just go to the website, grimreaperradioshow.com, click on meeting room, and that'll take you to the secret room.
And then what do you do? Put a thing up on
Just
the community page when you're going to do a stream?
Yeah.
I think I saw it before.
Yeah. So if you want to put a link on your community page to say you're going to be in there at such and such a time, just go for it. Go in. It's open 24/7, 7 days a week. Anyone can go in, and you might get other people coming in as well. But if you put something on your community page to say that's where you're going to be, and give them the link, they can just come in. All they have to do is to give themselves a name, and that's it.
Nice.
You just share your music.
So it's always open, you're saying?
Yeah, but the good thing is other people can also play their music as well. You just take it in turns.
Wow. I'll have to check it out.
And you can run a karaoke in there. Again, by sharing your screen, each person shares the screen that they want to croak a song to.
Sure. I love SingSnap because I can put filters on so I don't see myself when I'm singing, because I hate that.
Well, you can always.
Although my camera's always on, and I think this party's about me and all that, but you know, I still hate when I'm singing. So quite funny.
That's fair enough. Yeah, but yeah, it's fine. Yeah, anytime, mate. Just
Yeah, I'll have to come
go
check
for
it
it.
out.
Enjoy. Hey up, Mr. Bear himself. Coming back in. Hello, Bear.
Yeah, what's going on, man?
What's up,
Sorry.
yeah?
What's going on, hippie bro? You good?
Yeah,
Yeah,
I'm good.
Yeah.
Good, man.
Just passing on some information where you can host a sing song or whatever and not get any issues. Your computer's a bit noisy, Mellows.
Sorry, guys. I'm mute. That's why I'm muted.
No, I just heard it. Me ears. Oh, not his fault. We'll get you a new one eventually.
I was just watching James Freeman. He just done a live. It was so funny. He was applying for a court clerk.
James is awesome.
One of the court clerks flipped him off in the last video, and she quit. So he knows that there's a job going. So he's applying for the court clerk position, and he's never worked for an organised crime before. Does he have to? He's asking him a question. Does he have to? Lower his standards, his moral ethics and standards to, he's wondering if he has to,
Be a bit of a crook.
yeah, yeah, I mean, whether his ethics will get in the way with him doing a job.
Can I just answer the comment made by Outlaw? You're giving me the wrong custard creams. So you're not getting longer life. So, Hippie, the last time I saw you live auditing was when you were filming a hostage scene.
Yep.
Whoa.
Have you been out since?
I've been out with Josh, but I was saying the other night on my stream, I'm thinking about giving it up, honestly. I've done like all the states around me. I've done the entire island where I live. I mean, for me to get somewhere now, I've got to fucking drive huge distances, and I don't know. I just feel like it hasn't been growing the way I feel like it should. So I feel like people just don't like my style. So, and I'm not going to change my style just because people don't like it, because that's not me. You know what I mean? So,
yeah. Do you enjoy it?
I definitely have fun with it, especially when I go out with Josh,
Well, there's your answer.
Yeah.
While you're enjoying it, do it. And continue. It's not about views in some cases. It's not about...
it's never been about views or that for me.
Exactly. Yeah. You do it because you enjoy it.
But you want people to appreciate what you're doing. My last few videos didn't do shit even with Josh in there. So I think my last 2 videos were like
they were funny.
600 views. I mean, just not even worth my time. You know what I mean? So, and I have 3,000 subscribers, and I got 600 views on the last few videos. So,
hey, what's going on here? Hippie's come back. Hippie, you left us and then returned.
Oh, I did? I didn't even see myself disappear on the screen.
I didn't see that either.
No, I didn't.
I saw it.
No?
Yeah, strange. Oh, well, never mind. I missed what he was saying. But
And
yeah, as long as you enjoy it, that's the important thing,
I took like a month off of YouTube when I was sick, and then I came back for like a week, and then I'm like, and I took another 3 weeks off, and I've been just kind of enjoying life, you know what I mean? I don't go on panels ever, Myron Kilkenny is the only panel I really go on now.
Same as me, Hippie, man. I don't really go on. Not like the good old days, Hippie. Not like the good old days.
Yep.
They're gone, bro.
I was going to say, I mean, I know how honoured we are for you to come up here, but we just enjoy the peace.
Right?
and the conversation. Sometimes it can be funny, sometimes it can be serious, and then you get outlaw. Trying to
Outlaw's
drive.
cool. He's always coming around.
Right, I'm
Tells
going to get
you-
off, guys. Everyone take care. I'm going to.
Yeah, I know. It's
Yeah, granddad, man.
it's
Take care of
getting past
yourself,
that
mate.
now.
Yeah, everyone take care. And I'm in chat. as
Cheers.
well.
Thanks for coming up and helping us out.
See you later, Grandad.
See you later, Grandad. You take care, my friend.
So, Bear, I don't know if you heard me talking earlier about that show on YouTube. It's like a 2-hour show about Britain cops
No, man.
showing arrests and stuff going on over there. What
Yeah.
was it called?
Something intercept.
The Interceptors.
Ah, the
on YouTube.
interceptors.
Channel 5
Yeah.
over here.
That's what
Yeah.
Channel 5 is. It was pretty interesting. They showed a bunch of people getting arrested with drugs, and couple of times guys had cocaine. He let them go with a cautious. I'm like, what the hell is a cautious? Must be a warning, right?
Yeah. You know what? Yeah, those programs are okay, bro. But you know, like again, it's like mainstream, right? So they make sure that you don't see anything bad. You know,
Well,
like
they showed.
we
I was
handed him
gonna-
a caution. Oh yeah, I'm
Right.
sure you did when the cameras were rolling. Yeah.
Right.
Any other time, you'd have twisted him up, handcuffed him, probably slapped him about on the way to the station.
Right. Then they were showing some. I was telling Grim some guns. They had this special tactical unit that had some sick looking guns that I ain't even seen before. And they would gather up and storm into somewhere, and pretty interesting.
Yeah,
I
we
was
have
thinking
them,
you-
but as I say, they're special units rather than, you know, every.
No, but the people
cop
had
being able
guns too. You know, the public. Which I always think of you guys as not having guns, you know?
Oh, the public didn't have guns. They had just illegal ones that you saw.
You know, the thing here, the only difference between here and America, apart from the sheer amount that you have, right, of guns, is over here, the only people that have guns really, mate, are the bad guys.
Right.
That's the only
Or
ones that really
farmers.
have the guns, right? Or farmers, yeah. And don't get me wrong, guns. There are gun laws in this country that allow you to actually possess a gun. So let's not sit here like you can't own
Right.
a gun
Oh,
in the UK, because you can.
Right.
Yeah, it's
Um,
not your right.
If you're a rich
No,
person,
of course. Yeah,
It's
most
not a
probably.
right. It's not a right to have a gun. You have to have permission.
Yeah, no, of course you have to. Yeah, you have to apply for licenses, and then it has to be held in a certain way, and there's rules around that.
well, you
Cool.
know, that's always my last argument because, you know, you guys can see we had another shooting at a school over here a couple days ago. Transgender person killed 3
Yeah.
kids and 3 adults, and you know, I still don't feel like the government should take our guns away. I'm sad that people died. That's horrible. You know what I mean? But
It's not the guns that kill people.
it's true.
This is what I mean.
Person.
We had a stream earlier on mine, and we kind of brought this up. And
Where's your glasses?
I kind of agree with you. I agree with you, and actually, like over here, right, because of the fact that we don't have guns like you do. When a lot of us Brits look at the way it is over there, we're just like blown away by it. I think most people would say the same thing. They're kind of blown away by how you can own a gun, and in certain states you can walk around with it on your hip and things
Yeah,
like
Florida just made it so that you can walk around with a gun without a permit. I'm like,
But I
holy
did
shit.
say in the Americans' defense, if you like, is that a lot of people forget that I think even the biggest percentage of people that die by guns die from their own weapon. Am I right? They die from their own gun, which again leads down to a lot of these being suicides. And so actually, if they maybe spent more time in and tightening up on your the mental health and the support for
That's-
people suffering with mental health, then that
That's-
would actually in itself reduce a lot of mass shootings, I believe.
And a lot of people dying from cops because they fucking mental issues, and the cops show up and say, you know, put your hands behind your back and that kind of shit, and they don't because they're fucking got mental issues. And in America, you know, there's no more real mental health. You know, we don't have nut houses and shit like that anymore. So if you're poor, you get no help and you just kind of, you know, a transient. But on top of that, if you're, say, an average income family like me, and you have a family member who has an issue with, maybe you're wondering if maybe they need to see a therapist and blah, blah, blah. But that shit, your insurance probably don't cover it. And if it does, it only covers a tiny bit. So, you know, you're stuck with just, you know, praying and things don't happen, you know, sadly. I mean, there's a lot of people want to blame the family of like this recent thing, you know. And, you know, I don't know. They didn't even know supposedly that she had 7 guns.
Yeah, but the thing
I
is,
just think when
it is the person that did the shooting, not the gun. You know, at the end of the day, and it still boils down to a lack of mental health understanding because it costs money. And the argument is that it's nothing to do with the state; it's to do with the individual. It's as if they don't recognise mental illness as being an illness. You know, if they can't see it, then why should they worry about it? Sort of thing. Don't care
Tommy
whether
says-
it's here or in the States; it's still the same attitude.
Yeah, but I think a lot of the last few shootings, if there were easier ways to get help, maybe things wouldn't happen, you know? I mean, that's
for sure.
definitely part of it. I think, you know, down south, you know, up here, we're very strict with guns. Down south, you can go to like a flea market and buy a gun, and they don't even like card you, or it's like a big deal to be able to just buy a gun, you know?
Right, so if the population of America, North America, in 2017 was 326,474,000 people, yeah? And to that, there was 393,347,000 guns.
Makes sense. I would say there's probably even more, because a lot of people are secretive with their guns and ammunition and go about wacky ways of getting their ammo and stockpiling it. Especially right now. People are, you know, the world is a shitbag right now.
Yeah.
Okay, so
Thanks.
Thornton said has put a new twist on things, or a different way of putting it, I should say. When people commit self-deleting, doesn't mean mental health issues, and goes on. You know, as soon as you ask for help, you're done. I think probably once you recognise you need help, that is the first step on, well, the first bit to the road of recovery. Once you get into a system, that system is only as good as the amount of money that's in the pot.
Well, see, probably what would happen here, let's use a fictitious name. Johnny goes to get help. He's poor. He doesn't have any money. So he goes to the hospital and he says, hey, I'm having feelings of offing myself. So what they're going to do probably is put him in a 7-day holding tank. And then at that point, try to force him to get some kind of therapy. But again, if the guy's poor and he doesn't have insurance, he can't pay for that. So he's just kind of shoved back out the door with his bad intentions. And listen, I'm not against people, you know, in some countries you can get legal permission. If you have issues, you can.
Oh yeah. Euthanasia
Get yourself
is
off.
You know what baffles me, yeah? Why? And I'm not saying it's the only kind of mass shootings, because it's not, but why are so many of these schools? Why are schools always the type of place they want to go and spray up their fucking guns, man? I just don't get it.
I read about it on my channel the other night on a live that she had gone to that school. Of course, you know, it's a transgender person, but she had gone to that school as a kid. So I don't know what happened. They didn't really say what happened, but you're right. To me, that the 3 adults, well, that's terrible, but the children just is on another level terrible.
Yeah.
It's the same as you don't see it too often here, luckily, but over in America, you see people going into malls and shooting the place
Everywhere
up.
now. It's
You know,
incredible.
wherever there's a large group of people, or where somebody seems to have something against a school that may have happened 20, 30 years ago, the same people aren't there now, but they still go in and cause havoc.
Well, and we've
Could you
also
imagine
got
though
talking
being
about
all
mental
these
state.
immigrants that are smuggling up from Mexico, bringing all their blah 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 ammunition and guns, and
Mhm.
we opened up that border and just let them flow.
Yep.
You guys
I couldn't
don't even have
imagine
borders,
sending
so
your
I
kid
can't.
to school. Imagine sending your children to school. That being the last time you see them. You send them to school.
Unbelievable.
It's unbelievable, mate. And I wonder if maybe I'm not saying everywhere in America, but in certain places maybe. I wonder if this is like starting to become a little bit of a genuine fear to parents.
I would
will
have to
be.
say so. Even kids. I mean, my granddaughter's 13. I drive her to school every day. We live in a rich community. Not that I have any money, but the school's very well on lockdown. There's cops outside all the time, rain, snow. I don't like that idea. To me, I always hear all these people saying about the shootings. Oh, put cops there. No, cops pick on kids. They racial profile them. Bear. That's not the answer.
I think what they should do is respond and actually do something instead of waiting half an hour before they're allowed to go in.
Well, you saw that. Did you see the
from going
recent
in.
one? Those cops, they ran right in there, right in front of the dude, and put fucking 3
Yeah,
shots
they
in her.
were pretty good, to be fair. I watched the body cam footage for that. And,
Let me say too, a lot of people say, well, let's give guns to teachers. I don't feel like that's the answer either, because teachers are just as crazy as cops. I mean, we all could have a bad
they
day
all
and
like
shoot somebody. You know what I mean?
they go home. They all go home after their
UK's got a
shifts.
good question.
A lot of them are heavy drinkers and things like that. Got mental health issues themselves going on. So yeah, I definitely wouldn't agree with that. Definitely don't.
Those aren't the answers. I don't know what the answer is, but Nigel, what's up? Yeah, but it's
UK's
gotta be
asking
scary
a
for
good
kids.
question.
Sorry.
UK's asking a question. Does anyone think that the people that wish to get rid of firearms could be doing some of the shootings, behind it potentially? You never know. Conspiracy.
I think we should go one step further. Grim, I think we should go one step further. We should ban those assault hammers. Those assault hammers, they're really deadly. Have you ever seen the damage that you can do with an assault hammer? I mean, seriously,
You mean the ones that put nails into wood?
Nah, they're just, when you put one of those things into someone's head, the damage it could cause. I mean, I think we should just ban them.
Oh, yeah. Let's ban anything and everything that could potentially be dangerous in the wrong hands.
Well, you got
just
cars.
Just put the word assault next to it, and then there you go.
Well, what about for us? We can talk maybe not so much gun crime, right? But one thing that's definitely a massive problem in this country and in the UK right now is stabbings. Yeah. Now, again, how do you stop that? You're going to ban knives. You can only eat with a fork and spoon now.
Well, the knives are banned.
Come back to that in a sec.
No, hang on a second. You just said, are we going to ban knives? But we have banned those knives that people are getting stabbed with. All those stabbings are getting stabbed with knives that are banned, right? So, I mean, they're not getting stabbed.
Or you have to be over 18 to buy.
No, I mean, seriously, you can't buy, a Rambo-style knife or a big blade.
No.
Yeah,
but people will use anything, and such as kitchen knives, etc. Anything they get their hands on.
Look at the guy
legally.
And you can actually buy them.
drove into
Yeah.
a
But-
parade in a car and killed, injured 71 people, killed 6 children, maybe 7 children. I forget exactly what it was. I played on my show live on the Wandering Hippie the day he got his punishment, the reading of. But he was a psycho. He just flew into a parade, high speed, people getting fucking hit and thrown everywhere. So, you know,
Bit of
doesn't
MK
matter.
Ultra
If people
going on
want to
there.
kill people. If people want to kill people, they're gonna do it. Whether it's a knife, a gun, a pipe, a baseball bat, some poison. We're sick.
Listen, but the problem is sick people. You just pointed out, right? Not the weapons or the tools that they use, right? So if
Yep.
you take away all the weapons and the tools or something, you're not taking away the sick person. You're not solving the problem. You're just,
No, I agree
temporarily
with that.
causing the problem, because the minute he finds a toothpick, he's going to stick it in your ear,
I agree with that. That's a fair comment.
Right, here's a posting from Vanished earlier on. XR1 was on the panel just beforehand, but can any American confirm AR means? Well, we've now worked out that it's armor light manufacturer and not assault rifle. I mean,
Right.
technically speaking, an assault rifle doesn't exist because anywhere. That's from what I've seen.
You buy
It's just a
you buy them where
name.
you buy the assault hammers, all them
Look at this
assault,
picture right here in my background. I
assault
think it's
kitchen
coming
knives.
out. There's about 35 AR-15s right there. Literally, that's 4 SWAT teams for one guy on psychedelics with a handgun.
Yeah, but
I stayed there for 3 hours. I think I counted 33 ARs, and there
you
were probably
were
more.
you were wet through. You were wet
That's
through.
funny.
But ARs are assault rifles. The US government have confirmed that there is no such name where anyone can order. They're not called assault rifles. They're called something else. Apparently, you and I would know them as assault rifles. But they're saying it's.
I'm
just
sure if
something
I
to be
typed
made
on
up.
the
Google
name.
right now
It's the
AR-15
name.
for sale, I'm gonna come up with 1,000
Oh, yeah.
articles.
Yeah. No, all I'm saying is officially the government has said they don't exist. Or
Right.
maybe it's just
Armalite.
Biden saying that. I don't
Armalite
know.
it's called.
But
I just googled it. It's armor light rifle.
armor light rifle, right.
But there
That's what the
were
ARs are.
probably 50 cop cars. There were, see the white bread van straight ahead? There were 4 of those full of SWAT guys from different towns. There were at least 50 cruisers. I mean, the amount of money that they wasted on this one guy, although this is a very populated small area where if he jumped out a window, he probably could have killed some people. But the problem was he had mental issues.
Yeah,
He had
and I
threatened
saw
people before with violence.
I saw the armored trucks that came out with the what
Yeah, the
looked like digger
Bobcat.
fronts.
Yes, it's the first time I'd ever seen that myself. A Bobcat had a big steel cage in the front with windows with little holes for guns to point out. I'd never
Yeah.
seen that. Someone said the official name of it in the stream. I forget what it was. I'm not very good with memory.
Yeah, well, as I say, I watched that and I watched it getting wet through several times, but I've come to a conclusion that if there's anything to do with a mass shooting, it takes precedence in the news over in the States, right?
Especially,
so it's the first thing that hits you, right?
Yeah.
And I think that is more to do with the way that they want to make it. They want to ram home the fact that guns are unsafe. Not
Well,
the
now all you
person
can see
holding
on the
the
news
gun.
is it's about Trump. That's all that's on every channel, every newspaper, everything, everywhere.
Dog and Pony Show. You know the
Or maybe
most
it's the
crazy
second thing.
people. Most of these crazy people that do go out shooting, I would bet that they're groomed for it. They're
Yeah, but there's very.
I mean, there's got to be some MK Ultra. I don't care what you say. There's got to be some mind brainwashing going on there. These people are sick, and no one didn't see anything. No one didn't watch. You know.
Yeah, but I think that it's been blown out. It is blown out of all proportion quite deliberately. I'm not saying that the killings aren't bad. What I'm saying is that I'll give you an example. I watched a stream just after it went live of a 5-year-old being shot accidentally in a drive-by where a copper refused to move until he finished handing out a speeding ticket or whatever it was.
Listen,
and
sorry.
it was appalling. That, you know, and this is part of the problem with people turning around and saying a gun should be banned. It's not the guns; it's the people firing the guns that cause the problem.
Here's my problem with taking my guns. Of course, I can't have a gun, but if I was able to legally have a gun and I'd never committed any crimes, and you're going to let the government take my gun because other people do things?
Well,
what's right about that?
It's unconstitutional.
Well, forget about all that. I'm just saying, in a man-to-man, man-to-woman conversation.
Well, punish me for the crimes I do, you know?
Right, yeah.
Yeah.
So, and I always like to end this fight with you guys with, you know, once they take our guns, there's no one left to fight the government. So hope they never take our guns, because we're the only ones that can fight back.
And I think you hit the nail on the head. I think that's exactly what's going on.
I totally agree with you.
I think they want to disarm the people.
Yeah, the one thing
in
that
order
we
to
lack,
hand us over into this new communist new world order that they want to create, you know.
The one thing we lack as a right, not a privilege, but a right, is to own or to guns to defend ourselves from intruders or whatever. We should have that right.
And even
we gave it away, but there again, that's the reason why you kicked the Brits out, because we wanted to take your guns away.
It's factual over here. You can look it up. Places where guns are highly legal and everybody's carrying, crime is less.
Of course. Yeah. A well-armed society is a polite society.
So, everywhere where guns are not allowed, crime is super high.
Exactly.
Yeah, so murders.
Because the only people that have guns are the bad guys.
Yeah.
You know, that's what happens when they take all our guns. You know, if they, you know, there's talk of it now because of this latest shooting, you know?
Yeah, I mean, it's like the bad guys are not going to be able to get guns because they make laws. They make laws against the crimes that the bad guys commit, and they don't care. So what makes them think that these new laws are going to stop these bad guys from getting more guns?
Hang on a second.
Really don't make
guys'
sense.
laws, they're not going to follow laws.
But they don't do that.
That's
the reason why they're called bad guys, right?
Yeah.
Criminals.
I ain't on the queue.
It's crazy.
I think Nigel's left. He's said Terrar, I think, if I've read that right. I hate it when people write abbreviations. EOTA. But, yeah, history proves itself time and time again. I'd rather be armed than not. Unfortunately, I live in the UK, which means that I'm never going to be armed, because they'll never introduce a gun law which allows the people to have arms.
I think Tommy said he has legal rights to a guns, but they're kept somewhere secure. Like
even if you had,
Tommy's got a license, so
you see the laws in this country. Even if you had a license to own a gun and you used it to defend yourself, you're probably going to end up in jail and for a very long time anyway. You know,
yeah. Well, look at that farmer who used his shotgun in defense of his property and land, which he's legally allowed to do. He accidentally killed someone and injured somebody else, and they tried to charge him. Well, they did charge him, took him to court for manslaughter, and he was eventually found not guilty because he was doing what he was legally allowed to do, which was to defend his land and property, because that's what a gun is for.
I like what
it's
you
the same. It's the same with the. it's the same with the knives. You can have knives of certain size, and they're not allowed to be. You can't lock them, right? No lock knives.
Yeah. Or
Um,
flick knives.
but if
They
you
can't be
used
flick
it
knives.
to stab someone or waved it around as if you were going to do, even if you used it in defense, you'd still probably be charged for using a.
Oh yeah, yeah,
You know, so yeah,
yeah. Don't forget, we've got a fucked up legal system.
yeah, it's crazy,
Yeah.
isn't it?
But there's more people killed by smoking in car accidents than there has ever been in domestic, non-war situation gunfire. In
I
fact,
saw a
there's
YouTube-
probably.
Go ahead.
I was going to say there's probably more people killed in friendly fire than there is within the United States, with all these different places that are being
Oh.
hit. It's terrible that kids are being killed.
I saw
never
a
mind
YouTube
the
blurb
adults.
that said it's now the highest way to die for a kid between 3 and something. I'm like,
Yeah,
is that true?
potentially, yeah.
You know,
It could-
because
could
of
be.
school shootings.
Hey,
Well, it could
look,
be, but percentages can be twisted any way
Right,
you want. Any
manipulated.
stats. Yeah,
But we've had
Well-
so many shootings, it makes sense. I mean,
well, that's
Yeah.
the reason why they put it out there. Yeah, to plant a seed. And
Was,
eventually, people will come round theoretically to a new way of thinking.
I like what UK Transparency said. We got laws over here. Don't stop the bad people from having guns.
Yeah,
bad
they're
people
licensed
are people too, you know.
and they have uniforms. Yeah, I remember Waco in Texas.
Yep.
This, but again, that was for argument's sake. I can't remember. It wasn't compared to the number of people in Waco. The percentage of those killed was quite low, but that didn't stop people from seeing the fact that people were being killed. And I think that was one of the first major incidents. I could be wrong. But it became worldwide, and there's been many a film made about it, etc. Again, twisted to a certain direction to make sure that people believe one narrative, and that's changed.
Talking about narrative, I just was listening to another article coming out of. Apparently, Zelensky is complaining about the tanks and the weapons that we're sending him. They're not working. Some of them, they're not supposed to be. They've been told not to send them to the front line because they want them to be destroyed. You know, they're supposed to keep them back. You know, just for photo ops. And yeah, he's getting upset. He wanted to address the Austrian government the other day, and half the parliament walked out on him. So it's all fun and games.
Nigel, I thought you'd gone. I'm sorry, but Tommy who? I've forgotten that one.
Wait, stop this. Okay.
I mean, back in those people who look back in history, remember the myth of Bonnie and Clyde. Two people supposed to have killed X number of people, and they were real outlaws. They operated outside of the law.
Wow.
But cult religions, yeah. I can think of one which is got its foothold in London, but that could be scientifically unproven. Not saying
Large.
which church it could be.
Big tornado out west. Ouch.
Yeah, it's some pretty nasty damage. I saw some videos earlier. It's pretty bad.
Yeah, it just came up on my phone. Looks crazy.
Yeah, a lot of people. No one talking about, let's go over there and help some of those. No.
My weather is so off where I live because I've lived in the same place for 55 years, 56 years, and 3 years we haven't gotten snow. We haven't had a hurricane in like 10 years. when I was growing up, we had feet of snow and hurricanes all the time. And hurricanes are kind of nice because they kind of reinvigorate the community with money because everybody gets work, you know. But like no snow this winter at all. And I live way up north. It's kind of odd. Like the whole weather shifted.
We've certainly got the chat talking about guns and whatnot. Again, if you research a younger Biden, you find the order to charge in Waco. Well, I read that as that he gave the order. Yeah, he did. Biden gave the order. Yeah, sorry. You might want to look at the at law and outlaw again. I'm only joking. I'm talking about people who operate outside the law. Which law is a different kettle of fish? Because I think some laws are stupid.
Yeah.
Also known as criminal or politicians.
Made our laws over here.
Yeah. The semi-auto shotgun had 3 shots, 1 in the barrel and 2 in the mag. Yeah, probably outlawed.
My town was created by a British person. I found a plaque doing an audit in the basement of my town hall that showed the Union Jack flag and a bunch of shit. And I'm like, what the hell? And then I read the plaque, and I forget the guy's name, but 1774, I think it was, he started the town, my town. I'm going to have to go photo it, make a video of it.
Yeah. So, Tommy, 5 people from Moss side in Manchester, 3 from Lancashire, 8 people all ended up in Waco and died.
Wow.
Yep.
I believe it.
From the UK. So, I find that everything is sensationalized to a certain extent, but I think cult religions are probably the ones which aren't sensationalized and certainly looked into properly at all. I think all cults need to be looked into.
Graham?
I'm not saying they should be banned because that makes sense and even further underground, but they certainly need to be looked at and highlighted. That's a job for an auditor.
There's a video for you, Grim. That's that tornado we were just talking about.
Oh, right. Okay. We'll share it and I'll put it.
It's
I'll show it
in the private chat.
You put it in the private.
It's in the private chat. You can share it.
Right. Okay. Oh, I forgot about your computer.
I find it hard to share anything on a phone, too. Phones are a pain. Every time I try to get into the chat, I drop myself.
I don't know whether this is going to work. I'm having 1 or 2 issues, but I'll try.
30-round mag and a 22. That's going to hurt you. It's going to be a painful death. Look at that, just ripping houses to pieces. Can you imagine? Look at that.
Why am I expecting rain? Jeez.
Wow. Hope there was no people in that shit. Damn.
Yeah, there's quite a few people that actually they haven't finished counting.
Really?
But meanwhile, the biggest that everyone's talking about this Trump indictment. You know, forget about these people.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Wow, look at that. It just fizzles out. What the hell?
Yeah, it's amazing footage, man. The shots on this drone. This was a drone that caught this. Pretty decent drone, though. Not to have got sucked into.
Oh yeah, we're so technological now. It's stupid. I mean, look at my cell phone camera. Fucking 5 fucking lenses on it. That's where fucking we're at with technology. A cell phone takes a better picture than a fucking high-tech camera. Wow.
Yeah,
It's
that
just
certainly
it's
is
not
bad.
even believable.
You know, the sad thing is there's all those bits that are flying up in the air. Is some of those probably people?
God
Yeah.
forbid. You'd have to think so, though. That looks like a pretty rural area, like, residential homes. You'd have to imagine some people don't get the warning, right? You're in bed sleeping, you're taking an afternoon nap, and all of a sudden your fucking roof lift offs.
You never wake up. Jeez. Yeah.
Yeah. You're just flying through the air before you fall to the ground and die. Wow. Just
I
incredible.
think that's probably the first time I've actually seen the sort of damage a tornado actually can do, and it sort of
Right.
came from nowhere. Literally.
Yeah. Like that little white twirl, and then boom.
Yeah.
Pan, you cunt.
And
Pan.
it's very
Imagine
flat there.
living
I must
in an
admit.
area where that shit happens.
Get her, and I think there's some bread home.
Don't forget to drop your package.
Another angle.
Yeah, look at that little
It
frizzy
actually
thing.
looks more
that
like
starts-
steam coming out of the earth.
Right?
You know, we have these over here in the UK, but they're nowhere near as destructive.
I don't know what.
Yeah.
That looks like a 4 or 5 for sure. That's just ripping houses apart like they weren't even there. Sheets of plywood 100 feet in the. Oh,
Yeah.
wow. That must be the worst when it happens at night, Because everybody's sleeping.
Yeah.
They can't predict this shit, so this kind of happens. Look at that twirl. That is so weird. It's like a mile away, for crying out loud. What is that? It's an alien.
I was just thinking the same.
It's no, what's that thing at the top of the screen? Like it's like a little, I don't know.
It's as if it's being shot from a spaceship,
Right.
allegedly.
Right.
We have the technology.
Telling you, man.
Is that the same one, but an aftermath?
I think it just we've got different shots from different angles, maybe.
Hmm. Yeah, yeah, it is.
Imagine that as a targeted weapon. If you could just target and just do that to people. Imagine if that is true. You know, the conspiracy myths of HARP and those places. Imagine the destructive power at your fingertips. You know, that is you're almost godlike, isn't you? You know, like Zeus, thunderbolt from from the gods. Boom, you're dead.
Right.
These people who wield that power, they'd have to be some seriously demented psychopaths, right? I mean, imagine the
I
life.
saw this funny show where the people who hold the buttons for all our nuclears, I forget what they're called, the team of people that do it, but they found out that a huge portion of them were cheating on a test. And they had high standards, the government did. I find it crazy that these young kids were 20, 25, put with their finger on the button.
Waiting for an
Cheating
order
on
to come
tests.
through. The question would be, can you press the any key?
No, you have to have the code from the president, supposedly, but still
He's
weird.
got this. He's got this football that they call this suitcase. Suitcase that they follows him everywhere, and not even he can open it unless he has this code to open it. And when he opens, only he can press the button or some shit.
I was watching a YouTube video on YouTube last night. The guy was talking about how China and and Russia have moved more nukes in the last couple of months than have ever moved before. It's like, I don't know if that's a scare tactic or friggin'. We got Taiwan threatening to get blown up by the fucking China. North Korea with some underwater sub that supposedly will shoot a nuke now. Just crazy. All the shit going on in the world right now. Shit could blast off at any second. One wrong move by one stupid person will be in a fucking World War III.
Yeah, but you know the problem with that statement? Every stupid motherfucker right now in parliament, in government, they're all stupid motherfuckers, you know?
Yeah,
So,
I agree.
and my grand used to say, stupid people do stupid things.
Yep.
So we're fucked pretty much, right?
And I heard somebody else talking last night about how the left in my country would love for us to have a war right now, because then Biden mandatory would stay president until whenever. So makes it kind of weird.
They've sold us, man. I think my theory is that they are going to take us in. They've started a war we can't win, right? For us, it's either total annihilation or surrender our liberties, right? And
Right.
conform to this new world order that they're going to carve out for themselves. You know, they're going to have district zones, and they're going to dictate over those zones. You know,
because just picture it as an imaginary theory. If one person fires a rocket, there's so many countries in the NATO nations that would fire shit. We'd fire shit. What would be left? Nothing.
well, they'll be all right. They'll squirrel away under their little secret bunkers that will keep them, cryogenically frozen for 100 years, and then
or in space,
or wherever. Yeah, they've got their plan Bs and their plan Cs. But the rest of us
plan everything.
I think nuclear war would be a great idea anyway.
Start again.
Pardon?
No, seriously. I'll tell you why. But why? I'm yet to see it work. Just because you're told that there's nuclear weapons and the doomsday weapon. Yeah.
You've never seen it?
Prove it.
You've never seen
Prove it.
Hiroshima? You never seen
I've
that
heard
picture
it.
of the guy who was standing on the bridge and there was like a burn mark
Yeah, of
in the
course.
fucking. So this.
No,
You never seen in America when we used to fire them off in the desert and fucking it would.
I'm not saying
destroy
that they
those
don't
fake
have them.
mounds?
I'm just saying to the sheer scale that people are like, yeah, they'd start getting fired from here to there and there'd be nothing there. I don't believe that.
I think it was the Young Turks last night were saying if one blew up 200 miles over the atmosphere, that it would take out our entire electrical infrastructure. Pretty interesting.
I don't believe it's the ones that are going to be flying from above that we need to worry about. I believe it's the ones that are going to be placed at the bottom of the oceans that we need to worry about.
Right.
So when they place them at the bottom of the ocean, right, they're completely undetectable until they decide to trigger them. And once they are triggered, they'll
Wasn't that what Kim Jong-un, or however you say it, he said that today, that his underwater drone would fire a nuke into the water, which would cause the largest tsunami ever.
Exactly.
And would wipe out ports and stuff. He said that on the news. I read
So you're not
about
talking
it
about
today.
just a 500-foot wall of devastation. You're talking about a 500-foot wall of radioactive devastation. Right. So, yeah, game
I
over.
don't know. They fired all those nukes from
gentlemen.
America off of that Pacific Islands there, and for some reason in water it doesn't seem to be as traumatic as, I don't know, like to the environment, because it's naturally in the environment anyway. It's just in small amounts. Like we're constantly under radiation at all times. It's just very low.
Yeah, just enough
see
to make
that
it fit so
Guy
they can
who
get
flies over the Pacific Ocean, or where Fukushima is, from there to America, and he's got a Geiger counter, and it like gets pretty high in the plane. I'm like, holy shit, that is fucking.
Couple of comments, guys. Nigel's pointed out that a US journalist has been charged
Yeah,
with
I saw that.
espionage,
Yep.
which usually signals a changing tactics signals off. And the Fallen has said that this is a boring show.
Yeah.
Well,
What was he-
considering the title, I think I've hit the mark.
What was an American journalist doing in Russia at this point
We-
anyway? It makes no sense. Probably was a spy.
You know, I'm still baffled, right, on how on earth, right, with all those Elon Musk satellites and all those drones and all those soldiers with guns and security and cameras and how the hell did billions of pounds worth of weapons and ammunition that we sent to Ukraine just up and walk out of Ukraine and end up in Africa somehow? How does that happen?
Hello,
I've
the
not seen
shit
that.
show.
AC.
How you doing? If
I've not seen
you've
that.
got an opinion, come and join everybody else because we seem to have an opinion on everything tonight, which is good.
Well, the world is
Even
a
Bear
shit
stayed
bag.
awake. No, actually, no, I've stayed awake. Usually, I don't do such a long show,
Oh, we could
but
shut down.
the conversation got interesting.
Yeah, good convo.
So,
for
my
sure.
apologies for those who don't particularly like us talking about nuclear weapons, etc. But it's a fact of life. The chances are they are real. And if one goes off, the first place I'm going to go is outside.
Listen, I'm not saying that maybe I worded that wrong to say they're not real, right? But what I mean is, like, I just don't think that we have them around the world, like, in a sheer scale that they say we do. And a lot of these places are hoping that they're going to fire something from, like, one place to the other, and it's going to reach. It's not been tested. It's not been tested. The bomb itself might exist, but can it hit where it's meant to hit? Can it reach that distance? All those things, I'm not so sure about.
Dude, we've got submarines and bombers constantly fucking everywhere loaded with nukes. They don't even have to fire from the ground here in America. They're everywhere.
Yeah.
Chances
Stupid.
are they're already on the space station somewhere.
Or Elon Musk has got a giant laser up there or something.
Allegedly.
He's just gonna melt the fucking thing as it fires.
Either way, I
No,
don't think we're nowhere near coming to that point. Like,
No,
who benefits from nuclear war? Who would benefit
Putin's
from that?
losing
Really?
a war right
Survivors.
now, right? So makes sense to me. He's a fucking psycho.
I would
If
imagine
one
he's got
gets
his-
fired, it's over.
I imagine he's got an escape pod ready to fly up to space.
He's
somewhere.
got $6 billion or some shit I saw on a show. He's got money fucking on top of money.
Well, no, normally I would say that there's nothing beats this shit show, but tonight we certainly have done. We talked about all sorts of crap and without slating anybody off, which is amazing. Unless, of course, you're Russian.
Something was
Or-
Russian in your channel earlier. I saw it blip through the.
Yeah, they are no longer.
Yeah. They shouldn't be rushing. They just slow down. Take your time, man.
Yeah, I know.
We got a lot
Just
of
have another
Russians
joint.
here.
Got loads of time, man. It's 4:20.
The Cold War never actually ended. It's
No
the
need to
truth
be
is out
rushing
there.
around.
You
it.
just have to look for it.
Yeah.
Listen, the
Of
Americans
course.
and the Russians never ended the Cold War. They've been
Listen,
spying on
you
each
remember-
other all the time.
Remember in high school when you thought you were a tough guy and you thought you were the toughest kid in school and you wanted to rule everything? Well, that's kind of what government is, right? And all these governments want to be in control. America, China, Russia, they want to be in control.
They don't
Makes
necessarily
sense.
want to share power.
Right. They want to own everything.
However, to get to that position where there's a possibility, they have to partner with others. Then what they do is they bomb each other and the survivor takes nothing.
Takes nothing. Well, look at, I mean, that country over there is blown to smithereens. I don't think there's much left. Crazy.
Yeah, we democratized the place.
Yes.
Right?
Worst thing you could have done. Just look
Yeah,
at
we
the
said-
state of it now.
We taught them a lesson in democracy.
Definitely, I hate that we send a lot of money there when, you know, my country's starving. We got fucking homeless encampments in every city, you know?
So that's for living the American dream, eh?
Yeah, you got to be asleep to believe it.
Now, the thing is, the American dream does exist because it is a dream. In the meantime, a bit like the British government, they don't give two craps about the homeless. They don't give two craps about those who served.
Nope.
And this is the problem I have. I mean, don't get me wrong, folks. I'm not. I've never been one for patriotism, joining an army or whatever, right? However, for those people who have made that decision, who've taken that route, in my opinion, the government owe them more than a
Yeah.
debt.
There was a
It's
guy
as
on my
simple as
channel
that.
the other day. He was ex-military. He was talking about how he can't get help. It's like crazy.
Well, over here we got a business called, which is owned by, who is it who runs the Poppy? British Legion. The business side of things generate the income. After they've taken their cut to make sure that they make a profit, the rest goes into the general fund. That general fund is getting smaller and smaller and smaller. But the amount of money which is available to people who've come out of service after providing service to the country, in whatever capacity, they've joined the military, they've made that decision. I think that the country should provide them with more than adequate care. And if they actually stop the money which is going out to bringing people, providing food and shelter, etc., for migrants, if they put some of that money into the vets and into the homeless, then things might sort of work out slightly better for the government. But until that happens, I still think there's a bunch of shitbags, in my opinion.
Agree. And all the money they generate, like me and Bear know, you know, we see it every time we go out somewhere, how they just bully and revenue generate off of all the middle class. Well, the rich people might get charged with something, but they're rich, so they get away with it with some loophole with their lawyer. Well, most of us middle class people or whatever, we just, you know, tend to pay the fine, sadly. You know,
even that in itself, like we talk lawyers or solicitors here, right? Even them, they're kind of set up that, you know, if you've got money, yeah, you can get someone that will represent you, and they'll probably do a very good job. But you know, other than that, you're just going to get what you're given, and you're going to take it because that's all that's available. And
so do you guys have like court appointed, where if you're maybe low income?
Yeah.
They call that
they all
legal
work
aid.
for the system anyway, so you know you're not getting any help there.
Yeah, exactly.
A lot of companies that form solicitors, etc., and get a load of solicitors under them. A lot of that is court appointed or duty solicitors, etc., or legal aid. But then they cut back the amount of money that will be supported in legal aid, and you ended up with no win, no fee companies. And when they win, they take a large proportion of the money that you've won. You know, I don't think that's right, but it's the way it is. You know, charities sit on millions and don't distribute funds to those it's meant for. No, they earn interest and they give the interest out, not the millions.
Right.
And that's if you're lucky. But it's a corporation. Most charities now, unless it's like a local charity, aren't financially wealthy in any way, shape, or form. And they're lucky if they get £50 a year in donations.
So,
The
does
rest of
anybody
charities.
use Twitter? Because I hear Twitter's really open now since Elon took it over. Does anybody do Twitter?
No, I don't
I've
personally.
I've got an account, but I don't really use it that much. I don't
I guess-
understand it.
No, I've
But,
never been able to get my head around it.
I don't know. Can you stream on there? Because if you can stream
No.
on there, I could have some fun.
No, no.
Oh, well, in that case,
But
it's
you
no
never
use
know
to
with
me.
Elon what will turn out, right? I mean, he's next thing you know,
Hang on
we'll
a
be
second.
plugging wires into our head and fucking
I
going
was gonna say,
live.
isn't this the guy who believes in free speech so long as it's you believe what he says?
Everything he says,
I
everything
could
they
be
say,
wrong.
is the opposite. You got to believe the opposite of everything they say. So when Elon Musk comes out and tells us, you know, AI is dangerous, AI is this, and he's against AI, he's actually spending more money than most people out there on AI, right? So
Do you mess around with
That's
AI
funny.
at all?
me,
Yeah, I mess around with it a little bit.
fuck around.
'Cause
I
I
like
do-
AIs.
I do all kinds of stuff with AI. I'm obsessed with it. I'm obsessed with Midjourney, which is an AI art program which works on words. I'm
Familiar.
obsessed
And he
with
sells
that.
it well.
But recently, I've been messing around with AGT Chat, and that's a chat
Yep.
bot that you can have a conversation about anything. It's fucking crazy. And then
Anything so long as it's programmed to respond.
right, it'll tell
Um,
you.
I-
Like if you ask it sex questions, it says I'm not programmed to.
Yeah, I asked it about souls, and it said that souls don't exist.
Really, that's interesting.
Yeah,
Well, you
I
should
was a
ask
bit
it about
surprised.
demons.
It is
Or was
quite
it
crazy
demons
though.
I was
Like,
talking about. I think I'd have to go
See,
back and
ask
have a
it
look.
about demons because demons do exist.
Yeah, let me show you.
the
some
AI
Parliament.
technology is crazy though. I put 2 pictures up on my community page over the last 2 days. One where Boris Johnson looks like he's being arrested. It looks pretty real, you know, at first glance. It looks pretty spot on. It's not far off.
That's
And then
one of-
today I put one up of Donald Trump being arrested by
Hang on.
cops.
I've seen that before, hippie. Oh yeah, I borrowed it.
Yeah, that was one that I made with the AI program with Wandering Hippie Fights Demons in Hell or some crazy shit. I'm obsessed
cool.
with that program. It'll just make the weirdest fucking crazy shit based on words.
Yeah, I like Midjourney. It's a bit dear though.
Bit blue.
It's
Meaning-
expensive, I think.
Yeah,
I think
I
it's
think it's
expensive.
Blue Willow. Yeah,
I use Blue
uh,
Willow. It's not quite as good. It's not as sharp, but
no,
it's
no, it's getting there. But you're only allowed so many per day.
what?
So I
Blue
mean, the
Willow?
very
Crow.
real danger of all of us using AI and training this thing is it will
Oh, I
replace.
recognise that troll.
Will
That's the
replace.
thing that we don't realise.
the
You're so right, Mellows. You're so right.
Yeah.
That's exactly
I mean,
what a lot of
we
people
won't
don't
need
stop to realise.
programmers. We won't need script writers. We won't need storytellers. We won't need teachers. We won't need.
No. We're almost here by pushing this AI on everybody, and then everybody like, wow, sat there using it. Every time you're
Training
using it, you're training it. You're feeding it more information.
Oh,
So
you're
eventually,
definitely training
you're
it.
not
Oh,
needed.
look what's in here. Look. That's in my pictures on my thing. I must have been
Go on.
messing with you guys. For a minute.
I recognise something similar to that from somewhere else. I won't say whose channel.
Oh, really?
I nicked it. Yeah, I nicked it.
Yeah, let me
I
check.
don't agree with copyright. Normally, I ask out of politeness because some people say I'm not polite, but I do ask. Sometimes
Here's
I just take.
Back to blue until it happens to you.
Oh yeah, baby.
But yeah,
You know
Hippie,
what?
what you were saying earlier.
I thought that was an advert for a porn film.
Go ahead, Bear.
It
No, I was
could
going to
be.
say earlier, you were saying about I'm thinking about maybe just jacking the whole auditing thing. I think
Yeah.
you know, going back to that, what Grim said, do you enjoy it? And you're like, yeah, I have fun with it. exactly that,
definitely
mate. Exactly
have a
that.
lot of-
Like
I
should-
definitely have a lot of fun with it, Bear. There's no doubt about that.
yeah, well, never delete that channel, bro. Never delete
Oh,
that
I'm
channel.
never deleting the
Just-
channel. I'll still
and
do some
just-
random
And
stuff.
exactly,
I'm just
and
not
you know,
gonna-
like stuff will always happen, mate. Now until
Hippie.
you know the end of your days, you'll come across stuff,
Yeah.
bro, where you'll think this should be documented.
Well, that
Hippie, you
that
still got your
SWAT
second
team
life
thing
yet.
there, I found I was laying in bed.
Accident.
I had been up late. I was laying in bed. My wife was at work, and I heard sirens, and I fucking threw my gear all together. I jumped in my van, skidded out. It took me 40 minutes to figure out where it was. But that was just pure luck.
Can I just point out that Hippie didn't? That'd already been done by the police.
Now, I was probably teasing somebody in the chat in my channel one night. You know, obviously
the blue
I
line
don't
is
support.
in every police force.
Yeah.
I'll be honest with you, it is. It's becoming a worldwide gang now of the blue line.
Of course.
And they only have one rule, and that is to protect everybody within their own gang, of
The
course.
stormtroopers, man. You know, what was that
Yeah.
order? Execution 66. You know, the stormtroopers. Yeah, they're waiting for that order before they, go full on. These guys are
Yeah.
they're brainwashed. They are
They're
literally
just programmed,
programmed. Yeah.
and resistance is futile. I've heard that a few times in the past.
Yeah.
Guys, I've been going for just under 3.5 hours. I am rather shattered. If we're going to continue, I have no problem. I'll stay for a little bit longer, but I'm not going to go past 4. Is that all right?
Yeah, whenever you're ready to shut down, bro.
What?
I'm just
What?
chilling.
4 a.m. Well, we've got some hours.
Yeah,
Yeah.
4 hours.
Strap yourselves in,
Oh, hang
guys.
on a
We've got some
second.
hours.
Whoa. What time is
Yeah,
it?
that's what he just said. Or till 4. He said that, right?
It's like another
Oh.
4.5 hours, mate.
Yeah, maybe you've got another 4.5. Well, 4 hours 20, 4 hours 19 if you want to start being really technical.
4 hours 20. 4:20. Where'd that come from?
4:20. There you go.
4:20 sounds good to me. Let's skin up.
Well, it's 4:20 right now.
If you got them, roll them, smoke them, or stick them in your pipe.
And I gotta tell you, Bear, I've made some change where I live because, like, I've re-audited places and gone in there and got the red carpet rolled out and respect and kindness. Even had breaking the flaw who they didn't know show up at a couple places I audited and they treated them with respect. So I've done some
Yeah.
stuff for the people out here. You know what I mean? And that
Yeah,
feels
for
good.
sure, man.
Yeah, that's about change, and that's about showing that you made a change. And I hate to quote the TV series, but it just shows to show you that one man can make a difference.
Oh, yeah.
I actually did something yesterday that relates to a video from a year ago where cops didn't identify. And I found out from Press New Hampshire now, who lives in a different state than me, that it's actually a law in my state. So I went and made a public records request for some information on the officers since they denied their name, and they denied it. And yesterday I got a real official form that says at the bottom, date received and official who received it. So I went to the town hall, to the town administrator, and had a big fight with him, but finally he took it. And then I went to the police department and filed the same request with the same paper. But the funny thing was, Bear, during that I met it was a town employee who was so kind. She printed out a bunch of stuff for me. She pulled out a book that's the town book that showed the employee's salary. I said, I know, it's just about the fact that these cops, it's a law for them to give this information, and they keep denying it. It's like breaking the law, which they did already by not IDing. So it just
Crazy.
pisses me off how they just can do whatever they fucking want. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I was under the impression that they couldn't withhold information over in the States. Maybe
you
I'm
know.
wrong. Maybe it is
That's a
down to
yeah, that's a myth. That's a myth, that is.
Yeah, but maybe
see.
that's down to the individual state and province.
Let's actually check right now and see if they sent me an email.
I mean, here there's certain you can request information under GDPR. However, if it relates to somebody else, you don't get that information.
That's why again it's a freedom of information request. It's a request. A request
still-
can be denied. You know.
Yeah. And freedom of information requests can only be generalized, and they don't have to respond to them.
Well,
Mhm.
supposedly, from what John Denicola, who's the guy he frequents all the Auditor channels lives, and he's always talking to people, and he says that in Massachusetts they have to give you a reason why at least they're denying it, and that has to have some kind of
Right to know.
code or regulation. Like, for instance, like I asked for any complaints made or accidents in her career, and this was the really bitchy detective who threatened to arrest me if I didn't ID. I told her to beat it. She said, "You can't say that to me." I said, "Well, I just said it. Want me to say it again?" And then I asked for her name, and she denied. And then the lieutenant showed, and I asked for his name, and he denied. He did have a pin on. And when I talked to another lieutenant, I said, to be fair, he did have a pin on, but the thing is, what if I can't read? So, and then he only gave his badge number and the detective's badge number. And then I find out that it's actually a law in Massachusetts. They even have a special ID they're supposed to flash if legally asked for. So you have to have a fairly decent reason to see that ID, but all it says is name, badge number. It doesn't say like a license where it says your address.
Yeah, I think it depends on, as I say, where you live over in the States, and down to their own local laws.
And I made complaints, and they didn't reply to those either. It's just incredible. Meanwhile, if I speed 1 mile an hour over the fucking speed limit, they give me a ticket for $50 or $60.
Hey, Hippie, you got like a local town hall?
Yep.
And at that town hall, I imagine at least Monday to Friday it's open every day, right? 9 to 5, something like that.
Mm-hmm.
And can you just walk in there freely and do whatever you want to do, right?
If I went into my town hall, everybody would greet me. I'm very well loved over here, but they treated me from respect. There was actually a blue line flag on public property here in town. I went in and talked to the town manager, and she said, "Tell me why." And I said, "Well, it's in the flag code. You're not supposed to desecrate an American
you
flag."
can just walk around there. So if we said like minus the camera as well, as a citizen of that town or of your country, right? You have the right to just walk in that town hall and publicly accessible areas anyway. You can go as you see fit, right?
Yep.
Well,
here.
He's gone. Shit. What he was about to say was, and I'll wait till he comes back actually, there's certain restrictions in some places still, which prevent you from doing that. There's quite a few in the area where I am where there is still COVID restrictions in place.
Yep. Here too.
Sorry. So
I did.
We're not allowed.
Story.
No, so and it's not just my town hall, but town halls up and down the country now. You just can't go in them. A lot of them have got like barriers at them, so you've probably got maybe a little bit of a public accessible area, right, when you first go through the door. But then you're going to be hit by some kind of barrier, or unless you've got a key fob or something, you can get no further. So the only people that can get in and out of that building now is staff members.
Right.
You cannot conduct any business.
No,
not even by appointment. You can do it by phone or you can do it by email. I have spoke to a few people now from, say, this local area, so they conduct their business at the town hall that I've been to recently, right? And They're trying to get information regarding the 15-minute cities. They want to know when the public meetings are reopening so that they can issue their questions 5 days before and then attend the meeting. No one's getting back to them.
We
Try
could
finding
film in
anybody
town
within the
meetings even.
council. They get told that they all work from home, but yet they're still paying to light these buildings. They're still paying to heat these buildings. The building, for instance, my town hall. It's quite an old building, man. And it's a large building, so you can imagine the upkeep of that building alone is quite expensive, right?
And nobody's
Well,
working. They're all
we
at
get-
home.
There's people working, obviously, because I see
Yep.
people coming and going, but every time you seem to need somebody, it's they work from home. You'll have to email them or phone them. To which nobody's getting a reply.
Yeah,
No one
right.
in the council nowadays is being held accountable in any way, shape, or form. Now,
Yeah, they become
Yeah.
home
over
workers.
here, we all are told that it's law. Where I'm going to argue that, well, let's just say it is law. We all have to pay council tax, right? And it's within your council tax that things like that are paid for.
And the cost is
So
going up
what
yearly.
is everybody paying for? What are they paying
Yeah.
for?
Yeah.
You know what I
And
you know what
our
I hate?
council tax has just gone up. Our council tax has just gone up. So with things closing and things being less accessible to the public, which must mean surely on their logic would mean less staff, less buildings, right? Which would only mean that your council tax should come down in price, not go
Right.
up. On their
Yeah.
logic, the way they're running things, yeah, if that was a business and you're tightening up your belt,
Can I?
you
I'll
would see that
explain
you would actually be making a profit.
Okay, so we pay a proportion on top of the council tax for emergency services, which includes the police, right? We actually pay for our policing. It's a nominal amount, but it's there, right? Now, here's the funny thing, right? The police are not accountable and they refuse to admit that they are paid for by the taxpayer, right? Because they say we're paid by the local authority, or we get money from the local authority, or we get it from the government. And they refuse to accept that it's the taxpayer that actually pays into that. Because they see themselves as a corporation. And that's the same with the town halls now. They see themselves as a corporation. So they downsize, still charge extra for the services because they can't get money from central government because it's capped to a maximum amount. But they say, oh, the libraries are still open. Then you walk into the library and you've got a stand there for the local council. So that's the way that they look at it. They pay someone to stand there to take maybe one or two inquiries, which they will then pass on to someone who will ignore it
Like
because they work from home.
one of the things that I hate most about when I get flack about filming in town halls, if you watch any one of my videos, you see I love filming all the pictures on the wall. And in some
Mhm.
places, those pictures are like 1800s. They're ancient. And to
A
say
reason
that
I'd love to document
I
more.
can't even film them and disseminate to people like you guys who might never come to America and see it. Like I found a plaque and all kinds of amazing British artifacts in my basement of my town hall. The plaque said a British guy bought and started my town. I was blown away. I didn't even know what the Union Jack flag was. It's like an American flag with a British where the stars are. But a weird British.
Right.
And I showed it to one of my British buddies, and he's like, "Oh yeah, that's a Union Jack." Like, holy shit, I had no idea. But to say that we can't
no, I'm
film
the
that
same as
shit
you.
is ridiculous. And
Yeah, I'm the same
guys
as
have
you,
the
Hippie,
same
like-
shit.
Yeah, no, definitely. And again, a lot of our town halls are historic buildings, and a lot of them are very old courthouses. A lot of them are originally were courthouses. And again, yeah, I'm one. Not saying everybody does, but I'm one of these people where I like that kind of thing anyway. So I like to document, like if it's a nice building, make sure we get a
One
nice
of my
shot of that,
favoriteest
within the
videos-
video.
One of my favoriteest videos was recently I was with Josh and we were in Vermont, which is like 3 states away from my home. and we were literally 31 miles from the Canadian border, which I don't know how many thousand miles far away. And we pull up to this town hall, and it's this little tiny building, and I'm like, oh my God, there's one car there. This is going to be interesting. And Josh says some wise ass cracks, and
I remember that one.
we go inside, and the woman was the coolest lady ever. She told us everything about the town hall. She showed us this old 1800s freaking wood stove that I'd never seen one before. It had like an outer casing. You opened it, and then the wood stove was inside. She showed us a bunch of old school desks and all kinds of old stuff. And then I saw a rope, and I go, oh, what's the rope? And Josh goes, no, hippie. And she goes, no, he can. Let him ring it. And it was a bell. So I pulled it, and I didn't hear anything. And she goes, wait, let me open the front door. So she went over, opened the front door, and I pulled it a couple times. Ding, ding. And she goes, this used to be a school. And we laughed and joked with her. She took our YouTube channels, and we had a great time. To me, that's awesome. I want to show the positive and not always the fuck you and blah, blah, blah.
Well,
you know?
Well, if you remember the one where you got assaulted or Josh got assaulted, in contrast. And
she got
that
away
went
with
on
it.
for some time. She got away with it.
I was on every news fucking in Connecticut. It was quite crazy.
Yeah, it was. I mean, I watched that and I thought, you can't get away with that. That is, I mean, all right.
If I
Just
did
pushed
that,
it.
I would have been tased, shot, beaten,
That's the point.
handcuffed,
Yeah.
fucking,
Yeah.
you know.
I mean, that was the point that was being made.
And that's if you're white.
Right? Right?
Yeah, you're being nice. Bit like community policing, folks. They introduced community policing back in the 80s to try and restore the bond between the local community and the police. And I walked up to it was actually a copper who was a community policeman at the time. I said, does that mean that you say hello before you beat me up? Is that your idea of community policing? And he just looked at me as if to say, how dare you question what we're doing?
I've had lots of great interactions. I feel like it's a hard argument to win, but I feel like not all cops are bad, you know? I had one cop show up and the town manager was yelling, I want him trespassed. He's a freaking blocking the business of this town hall. And the cop goes, I can't do that. He's done nothing wrong. He's in a public building. And I walked right up to town manager and looked him right in the face. I said, you started this. You know, but I ended up doing an accommodation
usually they
for
side
him.
on. Yeah, usually they side on this on the opposite side. They turn around and say, "Well, they've asked you to leave." I mean, I saw something the other day. I was from America where there was a group of coppers. I think it was Harvey Freeman. Or Freedom, but I can't remember now. He was trespassed for being on what we call a pavement, you call sidewalk. It's still public, you know, but he was trespassed on the basis that a copper told him to move.
I recently did an audit of a housing authority. So what that would be is the people that get housing, which is public money.
Yeah.
I just walked around in the building and the lady was a bit obtruse at first, but I just talked her out of it. And then when I was leaving, an employee showed up and she had this car with these stickers you put on over the whole car. You know what I'm talking about? It'll change the color or whatever, but it was like diamond sparkly. So I walked up and I said to her real nicely, hey, can I take a picture of your car? I love this. It's amazing. And we had a great conversation, me and the woman. She walks over to the manager and says, you can't film her car and all this, after she just said, and next thing you know, here comes 4 cops rolling up the street. And I'm like, oh boy, here we go. And the first thing the lieutenant says, hey hippie, how's your channel doing? I thought, oh, this is great. And he said, I'm gonna tell her you're all right. You didn't do anything wrong. You didn't go anywhere you weren't supposed to be. You know, and I had a great conversation with him about, listen, I get it that people like to agitate and all that. I'm not about that. I just want to invoke my rights without being harassed. I hardly ever talk to people unless they talk to me. So,
But
You know, it's things
again,
like that
there's
that be
a
right way.
yeah, there's a number of
Sorry, Ben.
channels out in the states and over here, but more so in the states, where they attack auditors because they see them as agitators. Just by exercising the rights. And they turn around and say, well, you shouldn't go around sticking cameras in people's faces. I've yet to see an auditor literally stick a camera in
I
somebody's
get that all the
face.
time.
I
It's
see
been
plenty
done. I
pointing
think
to the
by the
camera.
time it has happened, listen, it's happened. I've seen it, but not instantly. An auditor will never go like up to somebody and stick it in their face. Like if that has happened, there's been stuff that's led to that then happening.
No,
where people have got
That's not what I'm
clothes.
getting at. What I'm getting at is the way that it's described, right?
Described,
by
yes,
this
it's
particular
very
channel.
abrupt, isn't it?
Yeah, and the fact that they see auditing or people in America flexing their rights, in other words, using their rights, as being aggressive, deliberately going out to cause trouble. I don't see it as that, right? I see it as people going out like Hippie does, going into places where you are legally entitled to go, you're legally entitled to film. I wouldn't see the insides of these buildings without auditors. So
that's what I said earlier.
Would I take my hat off to them. I don't care whether you're from the States or whether you're over here, right, in the UK. I'm not going to go in, for argument's sake, into why have I got somebody else in here?
I just put a short clip I want to show you.
Oh, right.
from
Okay.
Guy in
Sorry.
Vermont. It's
So-
me and
so-
Josh, accountability for all.
It's all right. I just saw another wandering
It's
nippy. I
upside
thought, what?
down. I would just want to show
Anyway,
this.
yeah.
Go ahead.
I mean, if you went into Warsaw Council, if you were allowed, right, into that building, I would never go in there, but it'd be nice to actually see it. I know it sounds silly, but some people like watching trains. I don't see the
Right?
logic.
Some people
behind
don't
that.
even like going in public anymore. So this is a funny video. We just finished an audit. I was about to do my normal peace and pot leaves thing that I always do, and watch what happens.
Jeez.
Accountability for all.
Yeah, I like Josh.
Howa!
What are you taking a picture of? Huh? What are you taking a picture of? Right now, you. Why? Because you're talking. Who the fuck are you?
Whoa.
Me? Who the fuck are you? What's your problem? Why are you taking my picture? I feel like it. What is your purpose? My business, not yours. No, how about yours?
Wow, I'm so grumpy.
Yeah, man. Who the fuck are you? What do you want?
Who are you?
Who are you, bro?
Jeez, grumpy. Whoa,
What a strange
fucking idiot,
conversation.
man.
Eat a shit sandwich, buddy.
Jesus Christ.
That's for you, man.
Friendly.
Fuck you.
I love that guy, man. I love that the way he says fuck
Oh,
you. at the end.
Jesus Christ.
But it's crazy that people out in public don't realize. I mean, of course, he's an older guy, probably not into cell phones and all that. But I mean,
That's
everywhere
irrelevant.
you go in America, a street sign, a fucking business, a doorbell ringer, there's cameras everywhere. You can't avoid it.
Yeah.
And to think that, you can't film out in public just blows my mind. We get that all the time. Sometimes people's reactions are crazier than cops.
Danish, if you go in, I'll see you again soon, mate. Respect to yourself. Thanks for coming in.
I always like try and state now, like, when they're like, oh, you can't film, especially when they've got their body cameras on, their CCTV all over you. It's like, you know that law that allows you to wear that body camera right now? They're like, yeah. I'm like, yeah, that's the exact same law that allows me to film. You know, there's not like a different law for you to us. That a
Yeah.
law that allows you to film applies
But
to me
they like
too.
to
You know?
think that they got different rights. You know, it's I don't know. It's what that one
Entitlement,
there.
I
I've seen a
call it.
few like that. They are funny, I must admit, but it highlights how bad America's got. That people don't understand what the First Amendment is.
Right.
They've forgotten, and I think that's a sad state of affairs.
Or don't care. You know what I mean?
Well, it's one or the other, but I mean, I'm putting it politely. After all, I'm British.
I always say the problem with America is we're all asleep at the wheel. I mean, I'm part of the problem. I don't do town meetings. I do vote, you know, but not, I feel like it doesn't even matter whether I vote or not.
Well, that's
so, but I feel like if more people stood up against the system, we could change, but we're too busy. And I get it. Wait, let me shut this door. I mean, I get it. We all work 2 jobs, you know, or get home and take care of the kids, do homework. And then, you know, by that time you want to lay on the couch and watch TV or jump on Facebook. So it's hard, but this is why things are the way they are, because we've let them get there, you know?
Hiya, Ghost. Long
I'd say
time no
the other
see. How you
day.
doing?
What's up, Ghost?
He's a nice guy.
Yeah, I
He
said
really
that
is.
the other day to someone. Like, we spend a lot of time saying the government, and it is them ultimately that make the decision. But us as the people have kind of allowed it. We've not really, you know, we've all fell a little bit complacent and just, you know, and all the reason you said, and as you say, you can't hate someone or blame. Say blame because I just have said that we're all to blame. But again, I get it. We're all got busy. Like everyone's busy now, right?
No,
I mean, most people don't even do. Go on,
if you
sorry.
look at the history, let's have a look at the history a second. 30 years, 20 years ago, you probably never even heard of auditing, right? You've got to ask the question really, why? If we are holding people to be accountable, why is it all of a sudden something we need to do when we didn't in the past? Is it because the powers that be that we've elected or have put others in power have gone too far?
Well, that's
what
what I
I
would
think.
say.
I would say not that it couldn't have ever been done because there were other ways, but I think the times have changed. It's a lot easier for people to go out there with cameras and stuff now and document things and upload it and everybody
Well, what
see
if
it.
you
And
just, what if
you,
you're just a
you
general
didn't really
person?
have that 20, 30 years ago.
No, that's not what I'm getting at. There would have been ways of doing it, but what I'm saying is that now it's really important that we do. It has been since then. I mean, for the last 10 years, auditing has really taken off. I mean, if you were to ask me what auditing was, auditing is measuring what people are doing against what they're supposed to do from a legal perspective. Doesn't matter whether it's over in the States or over here. If you know what people are supposed to do on a legal perspective, then if they're not doing it, then obviously that needs to be highlighted because they are committing fraud. And not with the big F, by the way, but they're committing fraud because they're pulling the wool over your eyes. I mean, I used to say that politicians you only ever saw before election. After that, you never saw them. You know?
Anon said we've only had technology for the last 10 years.
Yeah, that doesn't mean to say it wasn't done before in Hanukkah, you know, but it was probably done in a different way.
Like for me, I just sorry.
No, go ahead, hippie. I've lost my trail. It's all right.
I just feel like, what if you're just a regular person? You want to go in and film your interaction with government because maybe you know, you're short-minded or you don't trust the receipts and things that, you know, they give. So just to be able to stand there and film that interaction, to me, is part of why I do what I do. Because, you know, like Bear said, they got cameras set up in every town hall filming you from the second you open the door until the second you leave. Every corner, every hallway, you know. I had that with Josh, and we even told the public employee that exact thing Bear said. We're like, look, how many cameras? We looked around the room in the audit. There was 5 cameras. And we're like, well, you're filming us right now, right? So we could just public records request this video and see you without cameras. And she was like, oh.
I think the thing is that, I mean, years ago in Onacute, you had cine cameras, you know, 40 years ago, 30 years ago. So the technology, since we've had the ability as an individual to go out and film, we've been able to do. But what did we do back in those days? We would film the family, we would film holidays, and we would show them to people. We'd have people would take loads and loads of pictures when he went on holiday, and then they'd have people around to talk about it and show them, etc. Oh, look at what we did. Now what you've got is a better technology which allows people to do exactly the same thing, but some people choose to go out and see what's out there in the real world, and that's where auditing comes in. And it also allows people to do things like wake and bake, cooking, and things like that. So I get where you're coming from. You know, technology to stream wasn't available back in your day, mate. Back in the 1840s.
I don't know. I just like filming in public, and I like invoking my right to do that without being bothered. And like you say, disseminating the information. You know, I get tons of comments of people who love the calm, collected, non-interaction video where I just kind of walk around and film everything and have good conversations with people. You know what I mean? Because the next person who comes along doesn't get harassed. The ones where I fight and argue and the cops show up, that never happens again. So, I don't know. It's not always about accountability. I mean, unless they're going to stand and be douches. And, you know, I told the cop in the video I did yesterday, I don't hate cops. I hate bad cops. And if you're going to treat me like shit, don't expect I'm going to stand around and fucking let you treat me like shit back.
Ibby, I guess I've answered this most auditors I speak to, but what would you say? I won't say your main reason because I think it's different from maybe a goal, but what would your main goal be to get out of auditing?
I think it's
like from auditing as a collective, what would you want that goal to be?
On YouTube, you mean?
No, just as a collective. Obviously, you're there holding the establishment to account and things like that, right? Police to account and highlighting things, right? You may have individual reasons for that, but as like an end goal, and not just for yourself on your channel, but as a collective auditing, let's just say in your country, what would you want end goal? What's the end goal?
Well, I'd like to see, as far as cops go, is to take away their, their protection from the system. You know what I mean? Some accountability would be nice, you know, although because I live in might say a richer community, the cops are different out here, you know, and everybody always says the further away from where I live I go, the more douchey cops are. You know, disrespectful, blah, blah, blah. Try to tell you to do things, look. So.
Sorry, earlier on you were saying about you were filming somewhere, some woman was moaning. Guy copper turns up, he's, hi hippie, how's your channel going? Yeah?
Right.
That there is so a small little silly thing as it might sound. That there, to me, are far more powerful things to put out to the viewer, right, than it is for a big confrontation. In the sense of, for me, and I can't speak for what your coppers are like, but for here, there's a big gap between like the police who are there to they're not there to serve the crown, but other than that, right, they're there to serve the public. Okay, now that's not so much the case anymore. You know, there's not bobbies on the beat anymore. You don't see all that stuff. They're all kind of like, you know, it's hard to even see a copper these days. Again, there's very few of them. Like, you don't see them when you need them. So that's what causes the distrust within the public, right, and stuff like that. And for me, I would have to say that would be my end goal. So when I see things like that, when I get a copper that's willing to stop and just show me a little bit of respect, give me 10 minutes of his time to stand there and open up a bit of dialect. I appreciate that when it comes to political questions that you put across, they're probably not going to answer them. But let's not, again, let's not listen to their bullshit when they turn and say, oh, we can't answer questions, because they can. There are things that if they wanted to, they could answer them. And there are, as you were saying earlier again, there are good coppers out there, mate. And I've seen it in the time I've been auditing. There are people that I've genuinely felt when I've walked away from there that they haven't just stood there, rolled their eyes, pretended to listen to me. They've genuinely given me a bit of their time, right? They've genuinely opened up a little bit more than other coppers I've spoken to. If we could get it where every video, every auditor was getting that, and that's all that the public was seeing,
right?
That would be a massive change, and that would have to be, for me, one of the end goals of auditing.
At the end of the SWAT team video, that live for 3 hours, at the very end, a SWAT guy comes walking up. He's got a thing on, and I start having a conversation. He says, "Oh, you're an auditor." I said, "Yeah." I tell him my channel. He goes, "Oh, I know you. I showed up at so-and-so when you were there." And we have a great conversation. He was very cordial to me. We talked about some stuff, and I felt like that's great. You know what I mean? That's what I want. I don't want the shit like you say, rolling your eyes, giving you attitude, you know, not even trying to be polite. And, you know, I'm just a guy with a camera and I'm a friendly guy. So when I get that hatred from them, it's terrible. And you just imagine the poor kid who gets pulled over in his car and, you know, they drag him out and do all that shit they do to him. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
but
man.
People would argue with me about the good cop thing, bro, always, and say to me, "Yeah, but hippie, that cop's in a department with 10 to 30 different cops who are fucking over people's rights on a daily basis."
That's where I'm a bit of a hypocrite. Because where I said I agree with you, I also agree with that side of it. I do agree with that side too.
But it
is almost hard to say. When have you ever seen a copper? Have you ever seen it where you've seen a cop see one of their colleagues doing something where they really know they shouldn't be, and they've pulled them up on it in front of that person, be like, "Yo, don't do that, man." You ever seen that? You ever seen it where they've like been willing to arrest one of their own? No. They will turn a blind fucking eye. They will turn around and walk off before they say anything.
I had this fight with Joe Cool, this exact thing we just kind of went over about the 30 other cops who might. And then I always try to say, well, what about the poor guy who's just a guy who's trying to have a job, support his family, and he knows if he rats out his buddy, he's probably going to get fired or transferred to some other department with a shit job that he's got to drive, you know, so as much as I hate to stick up for him in some senses, you know, I don't know. I feel like in my heart, I've met quite a few different cops that treated me with respect that I felt like didn't have that. You know, you can just sense it when they don't like you. Oh, he's an auditor. He's got a camera. You know, that kind of shit. Like,
I think if somebody shows you respect, you give respect back automatically. Yes, I can see the logic that there's no such thing as a good cop because all cops know what's going on. They should all grass on each other, shall we say, for want of a better terminology. I can see the logic in that, but there are some well-meaning coppers, I think that's a good way of putting it, who actually believe that in the original idea that they should be a caring person. And there are some really, really well-trained coppers who deal with micromanage victims and people who have collateral damage to crime, etc. And I can say, to me, they are a good cop because their aim is not to get information, but to put you at ease and to help you through a traumatic time. A bit like a paramedic in the way that they talk to you. So yeah, there are, to me, yes, there are good cops and there are bad cops. I think that the bad
I'll
cops
play
are,
devil's advocate. That just because somebody becomes a cop, in the eyes of me and you, someone that becomes a cop should be like, yeah, they're willing to conduct themselves in the right way and do this and that, right? But who says that someone's not just taking this job because that's putting bread and butter on the table for their family, right? I know people that are in jobs where, to be honest, would they be there if they could be elsewhere? Yeah, I know people that have
Probably
got.
not.
So how do we know that's no different? How do we know that some of these people
Exactly.
don't just take the job,
But
man? They don't give a shit
that's-
about the
I think
But that's the
too.
reason
Constitution
why.
and the amendments
Yeah,
and
but that's the reason why you have
the
a
Magna
balanced.
Carta and all that shit.
Hang on, there. That's the reason why you have a balanced show, so to speak, because you showed the good and the bad the same as Hippie does, right? I just want to say hi to Killing Joe. Sorry, mate. No one's took me tea. We're having a sort of semi-serious debate around, I'd say, human rights, but more so around auditing. I don't know what your view is on that. But I think that auditors, as it is, are overall the ones that show the good and the bad interactions, and not just with the police, but also with the authorities in general, right? I think those are the channels we should be looking at. They're the channels that should be bigger than they actually are. But
I've
there
done
are
an
a lot of channels
accommodation
out
for a
there
cop. I
that
mean,
only show the bad, and they're bigger channels. And
You know,
I
someone
don't
said
get
to
it.
me the other day. Someone said to me the other week, and they were so right. Right, and it's maybe not always auditing, but you have to take a camera and you just head out into your town or a city or wherever. You know what? There's content literally everywhere. You know, every single person that's walking past you, potential content, real life people with real life stories. That if
I've
you could
got-
go out and you could just maybe get somebody to stop and conjure up a bit of a conversation, some of the content you could maybe potentially get there. Yeah. Again,
Oh, yeah.
without having to even necessarily film in any authorities, will be so powerful because again, it's real people, real life stories, real experiences. There's literally content out there. Just literally, there's content out there.
thinking
Step
about-
outside the door with your camera. There's content.
delving into a little bit of the history here. You know, the Pilgrims landed here. There's just a ton of history here. You know what I mean? A lot of stuff about Indians. There's a couple giant rocks in my town that have huge score marks in them from where the Indians used to sharpen their stones and things like that. And there's all kinds of info. Thought that might be kind of fun.
100%, mate.
Yeah, I just wish more
What's
cops
that
had
saying?
empathy.
Knowledge is power. There's
I
nothing
imagine
wrong
it
with
goes to
fucking
the.
content creators.
I imagine
sorry,
it
mate.
goes to their head having all that power and a gun. It's just like all these public employees that treat us like shit, bro. They're entitled, right?
Yeah,
They
but
feel like
that's
they got a
ironic
job.
because all the people with power have got no fucking knowledge. They ain't even
Right?
got logic, let alone knowledge.
I
You know,
just wanna
logic
say-
that definitely went out the window a few years ago.
But I just want to. I need to wrap up because I need to take the dog out as well.
Sorry.
But it's all right. You were saying about talking to people on the street, right? They have a lot of people, certainly the older generation, right? They have a lot of stories to talk about their experiences, whatever label you want to put on it. Once
You're so right, and they've got a lot to
if
say
we
as well,
miss-
believe it or not.
if we miss that opportunity to record it, that knowledge, that experience is gone
Goes right.
forever.
You couldn't say, you know, that community meeting I went to a few weeks ago regarding because of that murder that happened and the murders that have been happening recently. The chief superintendent held a community meeting where residents could all sit in there, right? And on that basis of what you just said there, it's just come to me. You're so right. And do you know what? That from what I see, the older generation, right? are so willing to speak out as well. Like they are the ones that are willing to speak out. They're not the ones that you're necessarily going to see marching down the street because they're elderly people, right? But these are the type of people that if you get them in the right surroundings and give them a chance to speak, these people want to speak. Do you know how
And
many
you
of the
could-
older people I sat there and I was like, wow. I
Plus
can't
they
believe
love-
that 80-year-old guy there just had the chief superintendent a new arsehole. I was sat there thinking, this is impressive.
Plus, they just like talking to people. A lot of old people don't have anybody, right? So
Yeah,
It's a
but
good idea.
it's not just that. From their own experience, they still see things, and they tend to have a more balanced viewpoint. And
like
the other
the
thing
Great
is,
Depression,
yeah, which
shit
year?
like that.
There's loads of them for, but you know, um, what we're going through now in the way of increased prices, etc., has happened before. You know, and
Yep.
it was spoken out about at that time. And guess what? They spoke to the wrong people because it didn't really change anything. But they spoke out, and they'll be able to tell you what they did and how they went about things, and we can learn. And this is the most important thing. You know, we need to learn how to combat these people who just take constantly
Right.
and reduce our rights on a constant basis. It's happening all the time. We talked about the 15-minute cities and the implications that could happen if that came through on a wider scale. We talked about how the police don't know the law they're preaching. Granted, they don't need to know the ins and outs, but they need to have some sort of understanding without creating their own law on the spot. You know, like the guy who was arrested for being sober, proved everything, took the breath test a lot. It was 0, and then they changed it to, oh, maybe it's drugs. And to me, that shouldn't be allowed. There's nothing actually wrong with the guy. The guy was perfectly sober. He wasn't causing any problems. It's just that this cop had a bee in his bonnet, you know, because he stood up to him. And I think personally, the more times we stand up to the authorities, the better, so long as we do it from a lawful point of view.
That's basically what UK Transparency is saying there. I sometimes find the older officers worse than the younger because they've done the job for so long, never being challenged. They don't know how to handle it.
Yep, I agree with that.
Said about
Right,
that,
now,
comment.
I agree with that. I'd say there's a very older generation, like the ones that are near to retirement, right? Which have probably been in the job far too long, not willing to adjust. Then you've got the generation down from that. The ones that I think are just like pure ego-driven fucking arseholes, right? That can't be asked to do paperwork
Trying
and
to
all this
get
bollocks.
ahead, become lieutenants.
Yeah,
So you gotta
and then
make
you've got
every
the
arrest
very
possible.
young ones. You've got the very young ones coming through, the new recruits, right? And because they're young and they come from a generation of social media and things, actually, they're not so bothered about the whole filming thing. They do actually get it a little bit more. You know, I have noticed that with some of the younger coppers, they actually do seem to get it a little bit more. You do get things like that where they're like, yeah, you're not, as long as you're not, I know, I know that you're allowed to be here and it's in a public place. And it's the young ones that will turn around and come out with that.
Yeah. Yeah. Well,
All right,
guys,
I'm
I'm
gonna
going to have to call it a day.
No
my
worries, man.
apologies.
Thanks,
I'd
Mayor.
love this
No
to
worries.
continue. I've enjoyed it. Makes a change to have a serious conversation with a light-hearted point of view at times. So, yeah.
Yeah, man. Oh, hippie as well, man. It's been good to speak to you because it feels like it's been forever. It's been a minute, bro.
appreciate
It's been a
talking to
minute.
you, brother. It's good. It's
But
good
yeah,
stuff.
hope you and your wife are well, bro. And we'll have
it's
to
been
speak.
great having-
You've got, what's your other channel called? I hear you've got a second channel now.
The singing hippie.
Singing hippie. All right, cool.
Yeah, I raise
Does
hell
anything
over
cool.
there and play music and shit. And then the wandering hippie's more of trying to stay on track. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Which
Before
one
I
are you on
lose
more
my
these
channel.
days now? Then the singing hippie.
Singing hippie, yeah. Yep.
Yeah, he
Yeah, okay,
enjoys
cool,
that, and
man.
he'll do 4-hour
I-
shows without any issues whatsoever.
Yeah.
But you
All
are
right, I'm
cutting
gonna
back
go.
because of your health.
Yeah, but
Which is-
that's what slowed me down, man. I got sick for like 3 weeks, and then my wife got shingles, and I thought she was dying, and just sort of gave me a change of heart about YouTube, like wasting a lot of time in life. You know, life is real,
Yeah.
and it's short for me. I'm 56, so what the fuck? You know what I mean?
Thanks, Outlaw, for sharing Hippie's link. Appreciate that.
Thank you.
Listen, guys, it's been a
Right,
pleasure.
Sam, I'm
Thank
gonna
you,
let you go,
everybody in the
guys.
chat.
Hey,
It was,
Thanks, guys.
fantastic.
Thanks, Grim. Nice to meet
Peace,
you.
Grim.
I shall see you shortly. Okay, stay
See you,
there.
everyone.
If you want to come up, I'll end the show first. All right, guys, take
Bye.
care. Bye for
Bye.
now.
Bless me. Bless. Peace.